Okay, can everybody hear me fine? Volume good?
Yes.
All right. So this is the book, Essentials of New Jersey Real Estate, 18th edition we're on right now. A lot of stuff to get through, so we'll go through it. But about half of this book is uh, half, but almost half is just the laws, rules, regulations, uh, sample quizzes and exams in the back. So we cut the book in about a half here. All right. So this class is for the real estate salesperson license. That's the license that you guys are trying to get. It's actually called salesperson, but it's for the real estate license here. There's nothing called a realtor's license because a realtor is a member of NAR, the National Association of Realtors. It's called a salesperson license. Okay. And so this is the book that we're going to be using. This is the latest edition so far till they come out with their update. I'm not sure if it's going to be a massive update. I think it's going to be just a partial. So it'll be another like version of an 18th edition, like 18B or something like that, that they're going to be coming out soon uh, to correct a lot of changes. Um, all right. So in the back of the book, you just want to make a note of it on page 617. Uh, that's going to be the where the answers to at the end of every chapter, which they don't call chapters anymore, they call them units. At the end of every unit in this book, there is a quiz and there's quizzes and key terms and stuff, and the answers to that is there on page six starts on page 617 in the back of the book. So you may want to make note of that. Okay. Uh, and let's get started. Let me throw you guys got two emails from me. You got an email about the signing up for the class with the Zoom to get in here. So if you're in here, well, that's because you got that email and you figured it out. Welcome, Ranjit. Okay. We also have and another email I sent you with all kinds of resources like 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 this. So you see my email here, right? This is the email that I sent to you. This is how I'm going to share screen with you guys. You see there was the email about the shared Google Drive. That's the main link to get to all of the documents and such that I'm sharing with you. And then here I also broke them down into categories with links directly to certain folders in that shared Google Drive. Um, about let's see, state exam questions by category. So when you take the state exam, if you do not pass it, they give you a score. How many questions you got right out of so many, and they break it down by category. So if you want to know where to study to learn more on that category to build your strengths, you could click on that Word document that here, let me see, I have it open on my computer. I'll share it from my computer. It basically looks like this, like the categories, statutes and rules governing licensee activities. There's 22 questions on the state exam about that. Most of them coming from chapters 1, 2, and 3, and some from 18 and 21. And here are all the subtopics. You guys are all seeing this on your screen, right? I'm switching it for you to see. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. All right, guys, you got to interact with me a little bit more and answer the questions here and be here. This is another reason why we need to have cameras on. Okay, but uh, the interaction is important because this class can get very boring if you don't. It can get boring for me, and I can make it very boring for you. And that's not my intention here. I want to keep it as interesting, this dry material as possible. So uh, I ask questions, you guys answer them. That's the way it works. Okay, so. Um, so statutes governing licensee activities, general principles of agency, 13 questions. And see how it has the breakdown from what chapters those are from. I did that for you guys because a lot of schools can use different books too. This is the book that we use, and based on uh, these chapters is what where you could find this content. So these are the titles of the information that they quiz you on the state exam, and I just have that broken down in that the Word document is called State Exam Questions by Category. I broke it down for you like that. All right. Uh, then we also have back to the email here that I sent you. New class links and notes. That's another Word document I have for you. And this is that document. I already have it open on my computer. I have the latest recorded class playlists here. Yours is going to be added to this playlist tomorrow. So this class I'm recording right now, and then it will be after the class at the end of the day. Video gets generated. I upload it to YouTube. I create a playlist for you, and I'll make that private playlist available to you guys so you'll have it so that you can review it. And if you needed to hear the explanation again about something or just for your own studies, a lot of people find that helpful. So the recordings of these classes, which were also in your email that I sent, there was a few of these recorded classes from other classes that I have recorded so that you guys could see them and have access to that. But, I titled this New Class Links and Notes because we're going to go over a slideshow, which goes over the book that matches up with this book. It's a custom slideshow I made up, but it also has, get past all these resources and such, which was also included in your emails for like sample quizzes and study guides that are interactive and such available to you, some school links, and then we get into the every link and resource I talk about in this class is in this document. And then we start off with the notes. Like everything I start explaining in this slideshow is actually in this Word document. So it's basically, look, chapter one. It's a breakdown of the things that we're going to be talking about and seeing on the slideshow. Maybe a little bit more detail in this, maybe a little bit more than you need, but it's basically all the notes already made up for you for everything that we're going to talk about, all the links that we see in the class, a lot of resources. Okay, like this one. What are the 4 New Jersey real estate license types? I have a breakdown here with a good explanation for all of them. It's a good study guide too, all in one Word document. Uh, realtor associate. It's not a license type. The members of NAR. See some of the things I've already even spoke about. So as we get through this, you guys will see this is everything that's in the slideshow. So you can find right here, just in this long scrolling document for the entire course. Okay, so let's get to that slideshow then. Let me make sure I got it open. Let me close the other Word document that I don't need to have open. And are there any questions for me before we get started here? Everybody good?
I'm good.
We're good.
All right. Let's get right into it then. All right. So these are just some resources and links that I have on our website. We got a video. It's all over our website, the main page and other pages, explaining, how to sign up with us for a class. You already did that. But it talks about, how to get your real estate license, different steps, what to do after this class. Because once you finish these hours, you don't get a license. You also have to take and pass the school exam, and then your education is considered complete after you take the hours and then pass the school exam. And now you qualify to go take the state exam. Okay. Once you take the state exam, then you find a broker to affiliate with, you get fingerprinted, and you send a $160 money order or broker's check, no personal checks, made out to the state treasurer of New Jersey to get your license. Okay. So that's the process of actually getting your license. Don't worry, I'll go over it many more times. uh, let's see. So we got videos of what to do before and after the exam, all that process, what that brief explanation I just gave. Well, I show you all the how to go to the website to register for the state exam and this, that, the other thing. I got all those links on our website on this page. Okay. And there's once again that video there too. But if you go to this page on our website before and after the exam, it'll show you how to do that. So if I click on that, hey, hey, there's that video of me with my mouth stuck open. All right, and it's got all kinds of basic questions that you may have. You know, how long do you have to take the exam after taking this course and all that? Well, how long do you have to get your real estate license? Well, once you pass the school exam, which you have to do that within 6 months of the start date of today. You have 6 months to finish the class and take and pass the school exam. We give you a year of free retakes of this course, but only 6 months, not only, that's a long time. We give you 6 months to complete all these education requirements, and then we'll certify your hours and everything and your exam with the state. So then you could go take the state exam. After you uh, pass the school exam, you have 1 year from that day exactly to take and pass the state exam, get fingerprinted, find a broker that you want to work under, and send that $160 into the state treasurer to activate your license. Okay. So you got 1 year from the day you pass the school exam. A year is a year is a year, not a day more. Okay. Real Estate Commission wants those are the people who give us our licenses and monitor us. They want to make sure the schools tell you that a year is a year is a year. What does that mean? Not a day more. So they don't care what kind of cockamamie excuse you come up with. My something happened in my life, or this person got sick, this person died. I had a baby. I had an accident. My dog ate my notes. I couldn't study. Whatever it is, they don't care. Okay, you got a year. A year is a year is a year. It means not a day more, and that's long enough. The only time they ever gave an exception for that was during the whole COVID thing. Okay, but otherwise now that's passed. So a year is a year is a year, not a day more. All right. So this page before and after the exam, you could actually get that from. There it goes. Under on our website on the left hand side, under salesperson school exam registration. That's where you could find the before and after the exam. We got also a page with exam tips. Here it gives you all kinds of tips and once again those resources for studying and getting practice exams, etc. All right, I'll share these links with you in a chat window. Which, by the way, you guys can send me a message in the chat window. Just make sure that if you do, you address it to me. You could select a particular person that you want to uh, answer. Well, at least you could have. Okay, you have to hit new chat and then select the person that you want to send the chat to. Okay. Otherwise, it goes to everyone. All right. So you guys see how I sent you that link right there. Okay. Oh, I wasn't showing you the website. Sorry. So if I'm ever talking to you and talking about something that's on the screen, but you're not seeing it, you got to let me know.
I was gonna ask.
Okay. So I was here before with this page. Okay. And had all those notes what to do before and after the exam. That link I just sent you, it has answers to all those questions, about the time limit that you have to take the school exam. If you go over that 6 month limit, what can you do? What if I have a good excuse for going over the deadline? I just pretty much told you. Uh, uh, and on and on and on. All kinds of questions that you may have. I got frequently asked questions here. Then I got resources about with screenshots about registering for the state exam, like this is right here, which you could take in person or remotely online. Okay, but if you're taking it online, your video camera got to be on, your audio's got to be on. They're going to have you pan the room with the camera just to make sure nobody's in the room. You don't have a cell phone or notes or books or anything like that nearby. All right. Anyway, uh, you guys can peruse through this on your own. There we go. Back to the slideshow. Uh, Go to our Facebook page, facebook.com/Career Path Academy. Go there, like us, love us, and you never know. I may send you something for free. I pick names out of the hat and randomly send people stuff like Amazon Fire TV sticks, laser tape measurers, things like that that you can use in real estate calculators and all kinds of funky stuff. Sometimes C Street dinner cruises, all kinds of random stuff I give away. Is it a bribe? Sure it is. I want you to like our page. Spread the love. All right. All right. On average, our students do real good. 2025, these were our averages. These 84% of our students scored 92 or better. Average taking the state exam or school exam was an hour and 39 minutes was the average for taking the school exam. Okay, here we go. That's my real estate instructor's license. Here is the real estate school license. So you see we're all active and legit with the Department of Banking and Insurance with the Real Estate Commission. Real Estate Commission is a division of the Department of Banking and Insurance. All right, so welcome from the director. That's also me. I have other instructors here, but I teach the day class generally. And so once again, let's just give the rundown of some of the basics before we get into the class itself of the learning part. Okay, so your class has to be paid in full before you're going to get credit for the hours and the exam and all that. Sometimes I just jump into this and I never verified if the student that's sitting in the class had already even paid for it yet sometimes. So just make sure if you haven't that that's taken care of. If you've been convicted of a felony within the last 5 years, especially conspiracy to defraud, theft, etc., you're probably not going to get your license right away. You may be able to qualify for it several years down the road, but just not now. Let the teacher know, and you can cancel a class for a full refund, or you can sit in the class and actually learn something. We get people to take this class all the time that don't want to get their real estate license. They just want to learn more because they're going to be buying a house or becoming investors. They want to learn more about real estate. So if you need another, if you lose your book, you need another copy, it's $42 for the book. Or if you want the digital one and you got the hard one or vice versa, it's $42 for the book. Students have 6 months to initially complete this class, like I already told you guys, and 1 year for free retakes for review purposes only. Students can extend their certification of that 6 months, the certification of your education, up to a year for additional 6 months for an additional $100. Students must be present for a minimum of 80% of the class time. So if you miss a day, it's okay. You don't need to make it up. But you could get the content that you missed through the video. Now you can't watch videos of the whole class and get credit for it. That does not work like that. State allows 80%. You have to be here for 80% of the class time. If you're bouncing in and out of class or not answering when I'm asking you guys questions, you're not going to get credit for the day, especially if you don't have your videos on and I can't even see if you're there or not. You feel me? So I understand right now you got your videos off. It could be because you're not completely dressed yet or something. You weren't ready to be in class, so to speak, in that way. But just remember, either in the afternoon or tomorrow, you need to have the videos on. Otherwise, you're not going to get credit. Okay. And that'll count towards that 80%. Now, if you're bouncing in and out of class all the time, I'm not going to be trying to calculate how many minutes you were in class. Um, you need to you need to focus on your education. You're here in this class now. You need to focus on your education. It's your responsibility. I'm not going to be trying to tally up how many minutes you were here in class because you're bouncing in and out. If you're bouncing in and out, you're not going to be learning anything. Okay, so I'm not going to be counting it that way. You have to be here in the classroom. I call on you. I ask questions. Answer them. Okay, be present. Okay, students must answer random attendance polls. Like, let me throw one out right now. As an example, I'll throw out a beginning class attendance poll for you. You just click on the word present, popped up on your screen. You guys, everybody see that? Just click on the word present. Everybody got that? All right, so let me end that poll, get that off your screen, and boom, easy as that. So those are those random attendance polls I'm going to throw out like that just to make sure you're there and paying attention as well so that you get credit. It's another way that we make sure that you're here in class. We're required to do these things, so uh, just do it. If you're going to be planning on switching between the day class and the evening classes, you're not going to finish in this one, but you're going to start in it for whatever reason, maybe your schedules or whatever. If that's what your plans are, we allow it. However, you're going to need to keep a copy of your own attendance sheet that shows you the date, which class you were in, the day, evening, or weekend, on what date. This is the this is the February, was it 16th class, President's Day today. We started a class actually on President's Day. But so your class is the daytime class, SPD, Salesperson Day. That's what that stands for. Dash and the full date, 02 16 2026. Okay, that's your class. So you're going to put that on your attendance sheet. That's the class that you were in, the hours that you were here, and what chapters were covered. So when you're completed the entire course, then you turn over that attendance sheet to us, and then we could verify it. I'm not going to be trying to figure out what classes you were sitting in if you're not just going to be sitting in and taking this class. So we're flexible in that way, but don't make it harder on me to try to figure it out. I'm not going to be doing it. Okay. So if you're going to be mixing classes, you need to keep track of your own attendance, which then you'll turn over to me, and then I will go into the records and verify it. I'm not going to try to figure out which class you were in. Okay. All right. Let's see what else we got here. Oh, that was it on that slide. All right. School exam is 110 questions, just like the state exam's 110 questions. Passing score is 70%. So you have to get 77 questions correct, no more than 33 wrong to pass with a 70. Okay. School exam, we include your first two attempts are free should you need any more. It's $20 for two more attempts. Okay, you get them in two packs of two. That's what the exam system. You're going to take the school exam through our website. It's on our website, but the software is through a third-party provider that tunnels in the technology into our website so that you can take the exam there. And they charge us a fee. We pass that fee on to you, and we sell the exam attempts, to a shot. But you have we include two attempts there for free. Hopefully, you don't need more than that. According to the Real Estate Commission rules, like I already told you, a year is a year is a year, not a day more, meaning you have 1 year from the day you pass the school exam to take and pass the state exam, not just to take and pass the state exam, but also to get fingerprinted, affiliate with a broker, and activate the license by sending in that $160 to New Jersey to get your license activated. So you don't just have a year to take the state exam from the time you pass the school exam. You have a year to pass the state exam, get fingerprinted, affiliate with a broker, and pay the state for the license. Got
I
it?
have a, I have
Yeah,
a
go ahead.
question.
Shoot.
So can we take the broker's classes right after we finish these classes? Or do we have to wait to take the state exam for these
In order
classes?
in order to in order to become a broker in New Jersey, a real estate broker, you need to be a full-time salesperson for 3 years before you
Oh,
could go take that course. Unless there's one exception to that, unless you are a wounded veteran, with a service-connected wound or disability. If you're a
mhm,
disabled veteran, you could get a waiver for that 3 year full-time experience requirement. Okay.
mhm.
Okay, so instructors will never have the students taking turns reading out of this book. That would be boring. Okay, so we don't do that. I just talk to you, and then I'll ask you a question about something that we just spoke about. Uh, Not just to make sure you're paying attention, but to try to help you with your studies there to make sure you're getting it. If you guys aren't getting something, tell me right away so that I can answer. If you got a question about something, ask me. This is your place where you're supposed to be learning. Okay. So if I go over something and you need a little clarification or you need me to repeat it, ask. Okay. Because I teach stuff and then I say, okay, everybody got it. And then I move on. My job is done. Okay. Now it's your job to take your notes and study to remember all this crap. Okay. There's nothing in this course that I'm going to teach you that is rocket science. There's nothing here that's that difficult. However, some things, they require a little explanation, especially when we get to some of the math stuff. Not don't worry, there's not a whole crazy lot of math or anything, but uh, you know, you got a question, ask. Otherwise, I'm just moving on to the next thing, and it's up to you guys to take your notes, study it, and remember the stuff. All right. So I teach it. You guys don't say that you had a problem with it. You got it. Now it's on you. Okay. So I did my job. Good. All right. Now, students attending online classes, please be fully clothed. Watch your language. I got a little potty mouth sometimes myself, but I try to be decent in class here. But basically, just don't be sitting here getting drunk or high in classroom and all that stuff. Just gonna give you the boot. Be civil towards each other, etc. Uh, you're gonna need about two Sharpie highlighters or whatever kind of highlighters for highlighting stuff in your book. In this slideshow, I'm going to show you screenshots that are already highlighted and may have notes on them. Um, don't wait for me to tell you to highlight it or to copy any notes. Just do it on your own. Okay. You see something on the screen, which is on the book that you're following along in. Do those highlights. Take those notes. Don't wait for me to tell you. Okay. And so I'm going to tell you there's a lot of highlights and such. So you're probably going to need two of those highlighters, like these thick ones, these Sharpie highlighters, the ones that don't smudge. Yeah. Okay, if you got any questions about anything, positive feedback, negative feedback, constructive criticism, they should always be directed towards the director. In this case, that's me, but that's all right. I take constructive criticism well. So you could, if you got problems or anything, any issues, you could just call me, talk to me in private, or send me an email. Okay. Uh, that's it. All right. Now you guys wrote down maybe in your book or in your notes somewhere the class that you're in. It's SPD for Salesperson Day dash today's date, which is 02/16/2026. That's your class. So this way, if I ever need to look it up, I ask you what class you were in. Don't say the real estate class. I know that's all we teach right now is real estate. Okay, we teach day, evening, weekend. So you gotta let me know when. All right. All right. So these are the state requirements for qualification for licensure. I'm sure you guys went through all this stuff before you ever signed up for the class, but in any event, I still got to go over it. So, New Jersey requires that all applicants for a real estate license possess good character and trustworthiness, honesty, and integrity, according to New Jersey statutes 4515-9. Okay. Anytime you see NJSA, that stands for New Jersey statutes, those are the laws. And if it begins with 45:15, like you see here, that deals with real estate. 45:15, that's real estate in the law statutes. I know it looks kind of like a parking ticket violation, right? A speeding ticket or something, right? But if it begins with 45:15, that deals with real estate law. This is just dash section 9 or 9 point something, you know. It's the law. So to enforce this requirement, all applicants for licensure have to submit a criminal history record check. In addition, presuming you successfully complete the course at the time you take the state licensing exam, you'll be asked to respond to certain screening questions, which I'll show you on in an upcoming slide what all those screening questions are. Okay. And they will become part of your application for your license. And if it should turn out later on that you lied about any of those things, well, you don't have trustworthiness, good character, honesty, or integrity. So that's a reason for them to revoke your license or fine you, etc., etc., etc. So, questions are related to statutory qualifications to real estate to receive the real estate license, like being above the age of 18. Everybody here 18 or over?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Everybody know how to unmute yourself for those other folks that aren't answering? Miguel, Ranjit?
I'm okay.
All right. Well, I asked a question. You guys got to answer me. Come on. Participate, participate. All right. So you all got to be 18 years of age or older. You're all 18 years of age or older, right? And then you have a high school diploma or an equivalent, like a GED. All right. I don't need to see it. The state doesn't need to see it unless they ask for it. But right now, they just ask you, do you possess a high school diploma? Okay. Do you have at least, that's the minimum statute requirement for your education in order to qualify for this type of license. Nobody needs to see it. We're just asking you if you have it. Okay. They're going to do the same thing when you take the state exam. That's one of the questions you got to answer. If there's, it's going to become part of your application for your license. So if later on they find out that you don't got it, license gone. All right. And fines. So the statutory qualifications also include an absence of any convictions for forgery, burglary, robbery, theft, other than shoplifting, criminal conspiracy to defraud, or any other like offense within the last 5 years. Doesn't mean that if you did those things that you're going to be able to. It's weird wording. I don't know why they word it like that. It doesn't mean that you're going to be able to get your license if you were convicted of shoplifting and criminal conspiracy to defraud. You're absolutely not going to get your license. And then you're going to have to wait 5 years for that stuff to get behind you. And then they believe in redemption and second chances. And then maybe 5 years down the road, you can qualify for the license. So if you're one of those people out there that are out there peacefully protesting by smashing windows and stealing crap out of stores, you ain't getting your license. Okay. Got to say that because apparently that was a popular thing in recent times. So, as was noted above, the law also provides that an applicant for a real estate license must establish general good character, honesty, trustworthy, integrity. Okay, they're kind of repeating themselves here. So we can move on. All right. So the purpose of that notice is to urge you to consider whether any of this stuff can affect your ability to get your license. If you're not sure, if because you were arrested for something, or convicted for something, you're not sure if it's going to affect your ability to get your license, you could always call up the Real Estate Commission investigators for guidance on those things. And here is their phone number, 609-292-7272. Okay. Now, they're not going to be able to definitively give you an answer until you actually apply for the license, but you can get a little guidance from them.
I have a question.
Sure, shoot.
So, something as little as like a let's say like you wrote a stop sign.
Nah, don't. Yeah,
That's not gonna.
no, that's not a. Well, first of all, that's not a felony. Okay, and then like if they give you a question that says, "Were you ever arrested for something?" That's one thing, answer it truthfully and honestly. But if they say, "Were you ever arrested of a felony or convicted of a felony?" Okay,
Definitely.
you got to pay attention to how they ask it. Be honest, answer the questions honestly, don't lie. If you got arrested for like a DWI or a drug offense or something like that, you know, these things are not necessarily going to affect your ability to get your license,
Mhm.
but disclose it anyway.
Mhm.
Because if you lie about it and they find out, that will affect your ability to get your license because it's showing that you are not trustworthy,
Yeah.
that you are not honest and having good integrity and all those other requirements. You hear what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So the lie becomes worse than the actual offense. So there's
Thank
that.
you.
You're welcome. Okay, so let's see. Should you pass the exam, you're going to be required to sign a form with all of those answers, and that becomes part of your application for your license, like I already said. All right, so let's move on. All right, here are those screening questions that they're going to ask you at the time you take that exam. With the exception of motor vehicle violations. There you go. There's the answer. With the exceptions for that. Okay. Have you ever been convicted of a crime, misdemeanor, or disorderly person offense in the state of New Jersey or any other state or by the federal government? And are you presently on parole or probation? Or probation or parole? Is there a criminal complaint, disorderly person charge, criminal accusation, or criminal information presently pending against you? Or are you presently under indictment in New Jersey or any other state or the federal government? And are you presently enrolled in any pretrial intervention programs or similar state or federal programs involving the deferral or disposition of sentencing in a criminal matter? Have you ever had a real estate or other professional license or certification or credential revoked, suspended, or surrendered in lieu, instead of formal prosecution or denied in New Jersey or any other state? Are you currently behind on your child support payments of more than 6 months? Um, is there a warrant out for your arrest for that? Um, have you failed to provide any court ordered health care coverage for said child? Um, or fail to respond to a paternity or child support proceeding subpoenas. All right. Those things can delay you in getting your license. Okay. Are you under the age of 18 at the time of taking this exam? Do you now hold or have you ever held any license issued by New Jersey Real Estate Commission? Are you in high school? Or are you a high school graduate or holder of a GED? And do you currently hold a real estate license issued in another state? Anybody here have a real estate license in another state or ever previously had a real estate license in New Jersey?
No.
No? Okay. All right. So you'll see screenshots like this every now and then. I'll throw them up. This is from the New Jersey Real Estate Commission's website. They have a disciplinary actions page that shows where people were actually got in trouble with the real estate commission because they lied about something or they committed some kind of offense in violation of real estate licensing law, and they were called out on it and they were found guilty of it and had some kind of action taken against them. So here's an example. This guy, Stephen, I can't, Spresser, formerly licensed New Jersey real estate salesperson. Uh-oh, formerly. Something happened to him there. Why is this? Okay, he admitted conduct in violation of this law, falsely responding to questions in the qualifying questionnaire. See, so they do catch people in connection with the renewal of his license. So apparently he got away with it to get his license initially, but later on, when he got his license renewed, they caught it. He misrepresented. He got his license, procured a license by fraud, misrepresentation or deceit, or misrepresenting his status of that child support, and he engaged in conduct demonstrating unworthiness for licensure. Okay, you got to remember truthful, honesty, integrity, all that. So they revoked his license and they said he'll be ineligible for any license issued by the commission until such time he's caught up on his child support. Okay, so I guess the baby mama reported him and he got caught that way. He was behind on his child support, but he said he wasn't. And so they yanked his license until he gets caught up on his child support. And then he got a $1,500 fine on top of that because he lied. So it does happen. They do catch people. Okay. And here's a couple more examples of people failure to notify the real estate commission within 30 days. Okay. So if you do ever get arrested or charged or convicted of a crime, you got to notify the real estate commission within 30 days so that they're aware something is going on. Okay. So here's just a couple more examples from people. I used to do this. I used to cross people's names out, but then I realized, this is public record, so I don't do it no more. So this person's name is also written in here somewhere too. There we go. Pateta is his last name. Ronald Pateta, whatever. Okay. Anyway, so not hiding anything there. I was just trying to protect those people, and then I realized, hey, it's a record, open public record anyway. Okay, so this guy, what did he do? He was found guilty on felony tax evasion. So the real estate commission yanked his license because he failed to disclose that when he got or renewed his license. He also surrendered his insurance producer's license, but not his real estate license. So they yanked his real estate license, and his license was revoked, and he got a $10,000 fine for that. Okay, so but then this person over here, they did something as well, and they only got a $500 fine. So I guess it depends on the severity of the crimes and the lies and all that stuff. Okay. You guys are getting the gist of this, right? Be honest, be truthful. Up, up, up. All right. Now, when it comes to registering for passing state exam, you could do it online or you could do it in person. So here is what's called the PSI candidate guidebook. PSI is the name of the company that the state contracted with to give the real estate exam for the state. Okay. There's a booklet here. This is the latest booklet with information about the exam, the location of their testing centers, how much it costs to take the exam. I think it's $38 now. So they lowered the price on it. So I think it's $38 each attempt. So you have to pay $38 for each attempt at the state exam. Okay. So study up and try to pass it your first shot there. Remember, all these notes, all these notes and all these links, they could also be found in that class links Word document. This one. Remember, I told you all this stuff that we're going to be going over is in these notes.
That's in our email too, or no?
Well, not all of the notes. Some of the links maybe, but not everything. Most of the stuff you got in that email I sent you. There's a link to the new class links notes document. I put a direct link to it. Let me see. Let me see. Did I close my browser? I'm not even seeing it here anymore. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Here's that email I sent you guys, right? And look, new class links and notes. This is that Word document that I'm in right now. So that's a direct link to download that document. That's once again this document that we're in. So you see what we're going over now? Reasons for disqualification. I mean, we didn't even get to that yet. So here we go. Latest PSI bulletin. Okay, so we got that right there. This is where we're at right now here in this document. Then we got those exam tips. How to get your real estate license, take this course, pass school exam, pass state exam, get fingerprinted, interview with brokers, and pay the $160, right? So we're at that stage right now in this Word document. So which is in line with the slideshow. Okay. So you have access to these slideshows as well. But that Word document, I'll always keep updated. So if anything ever changes, I'll update that Word document. You'll have access to it. You can download it and you can review and stay up on the latest. Okay. Um, Here are the links to click on to take and register for the state exam. Don't bother trying to do it now because you're not in their system. You could create a login for yourself on their website, but you're not going to be able to schedule an exam until I enter you into their system. Okay, it'll spit out an error that you don't qualify or you're not registered or something of that nature. But make sure that when you go to PSI's website, you select the real estate salesperson combo exam. It's available in English or Spanish. Um, I know that if you click on the broker's license exam, it'll allow you to register and take and pay for and take that exam, but it won't count. So don't do that. Okay. I've had students that mistakenly clicked on and registered for the broker's exam, took the broker's exam, and were later notified you took the wrong exam. And shockingly, the person passed the exam, the broker's exam. And it didn't count for anything. They still had to go take the salesperson exam. Okay. So make sure you select the right exam. Okay. Oh, if you want that link for the guidebook, that PSI guidebook, I could share that with you right now too. There we go.
Yeah, do you mind sharing that real quick?
Yep.
Thank you.
There you go. All right, so let's see. Before and after, some general frequently asked questions. These are just pages on our website that give you more information about the exams and explanations, etc. All right. And once again, this is about getting fingerprinted. We get fingerprinted. Doesn't matter if you just recently you got yourself a top security job, requires special background checks. It does not matter. You have to get fingerprinted again through Identigo here, and it doesn't matter if you already did get fingerprinted with them for some other job you have. You have to go through it again here. They say it's because the different agencies don't communicate with each other, but that's all nonsense. It's all about money, you know that when it comes to the state. So you go to uenroll.identigo.com to register for your fingerprinting. And here are the direct links. I have them. I have it coded with there's a code number you need to put in there so that the fingerprinting will be associated to the real estate commission. They'll get you get the access to that. All right. So where is that? Oh, here we go. Fingerprinting. You enroll Identigo. Right, these ones don't have the coding in it like I have on the slideshow. Let me, I know I got that in here somewhere. Oh, here it is. So for the fingerprinting, I could share that with you as well. And it's got that code 2F1FTK. Okay. So you click on that, it'll take you to the fingerprinting website. It'll show you what kinds of identifications you need to take with you. Currently, what do we see in the news all the time right now? I just shared this information with you. Currently, we see in the news all the time right now. What's the big argument about showing ID to vote? You know, and
Yeah.
you got one side that's like it's racist to ask for ID. I I have yet to hear a valid argument on how that's racist, you know, or how that limits anybody's ability to actually vote. Um, So I guess it's also racist to get a real estate license and require you to get fingerprinted because you're going to need to show ID in order to do that too. So you see how those arguments are kind of stupid. Um, but yeah, I got a lot of stupid people that get elected too. All right, so this is if you click on this link right here, it'll show you what type of identifications are acceptable for you. Let me see, I'll show you. So this takes you to Identigo website here. This is at the point of, let's see, what country were you born in? Country of birth. Okay, so I could just select I was born in the United States, but if you were born in a different country, you put it there. And where are you a citizen? What country are you a citizen? And then I'll show you what are the acceptable IDs. So I put, okay, United States, United States. I click next. And then it'll show you these are the acceptable documents that you could take with you to the fingerprinting center. Okay. State exam is the same thing. They require two valid government, valid IDs. One has to be a government issued photo ID. Okay. Look at that. So all these IDs that you need to get a real estate license, but you don't need one to vote. It's kind of crazy. But there you go. Just proving a point again here. All right. All right. Once again, a year is a year is a year, not a day more. You got how long from the time that you pass the school exam and complete your education requirement to get your real estate license?
A year.
A year. There we go. Boom. You're paying attention. All right. So now, in order to get the real estate license, what do you need to do? You need to pass the state exam. You need to get fingerprinted and find a broker to work under to sponsor you. To make sure you're following all the laws, rules, and regulations. And then submit that broker will submit the application to the Real Estate Commission, which includes paperwork from PSI Testing Center, where you checked off which license type you were applying for. Because when you pass that state exam, you're going to qualify for one of two licenses. You could select which one you want, salesperson or referral agent. Okay. The referral agent's license or salesperson license with a real estate referral company, technically, that's the license. Well, it's a mouthful, I know. You will qualify for either one of those. If you want to work with people directly, taking listings, selling homes, showing people properties, you need that salesperson license. But you could also make money in real estate by just referring business prospects to real estate agents. And when they close on the deals, you get paid. That's the referral agent's license. Okay. Either way, if you're going to get paid in relation to involvement in a real estate transaction in exchange for something of value, you need to have some sort of real estate license, whether it's a referral agent's license or a salesperson's license. Okay. So on this form, you're going to check off only one of those options. If you're a salesperson, you could still send referrals and get paid. But so you're going to check off salesperson or referral agent, whichever one you're trying to get. And then you have to complete that fingerprinting form. You don't just register online and go to the place. You actually have to download a form, take it with you to the fingerprinting center that then they'll sign off on too. And then you turn that into your broker as well. And that broker's check or money order, no personal checks made out to the state treasurer for $160 to get your license for the first time. Okay. And if the student does not submit the application for license within a year, because a year is a year is a year, you're going to need to start all over, pay for the school again, come back and start at square one. There are no exceptions for any reason or excuse whatsoever. Okay, so ready to get started in learning about real estate stuff?
Let's
Are
do
you
it.
ready?
Let's
Are
do
you
it.
ready? All right, come on, everybody, come on, get excited. You're starting a new chapter of your lives here. Oh my gosh. Boring. You guys are boring. Not you, Farrah. You're answering. So you're good. All right. So if you just open the front cover of your book, can you do that? Everybody, open the front cover
Yes.
of your book. And there's some highlights. We're going to have you highlighting some things here. But actually, all this stuff you need to know. But this is probably the most important highlight that you need to do. Just highlight this on that inside cover here. How many feet are in an acre? That's a number you need to know, and they don't give it to you on exam, but you need to know that number to get a math problem right. So you need to memorize that. So add that to your notes and highlight it here on the inside cover of the book. How many feet in an acre? 43,560 square feet in an acre. Now, there's some other calculations here, how to figure out the area of a square or rectangle, how to figure out the area of a triangle and a trapezoid. Trapezoid, I doubt they'll give you on exam, but one of these they may. Okay. There's all kinds of other solutions that they give you here for other things, how to calculate commissions and such, which will be on another slide. So let's just go there. So here we go. How many square feet in an acre? 43,560. So make sure that that is highlighted. Study it, know it. Now, some instructors teach this for you to remember by just look at the comma, where the comma is, and add these two numbers. That equals 7. Add these two numbers. That equals 11. So if it adds up to 711, you know you got it right. But what if you put it in a different order? I don't like teaching it that way. I just like to teach it like this. Can you count to 6? Can
Yes.
everybody count to 6? How about this? I'm going to make it a lot harder. Can you count to 6 starting with 3? 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So what you do is you just draw a comma and then start counting to the left, and then to the right, 3, 4. See that? Draw a comma, then write 3, 4, and now go to the right, 5, 6, and throw a 0 on there for good luck. Boom. That's a way to remember how many square feet are in an acre. Makes it easier to remember it. Can you count to 6, starting with 3? To the left, you count, then to the right, Okay. That's a good way to remember it. How many square feet in an acre? All right. Now this shows you how to convert square footage to acreage, or acreage to square feet. Okay. So I give you a better way to remember it than this. I'm going to teach you something called P formula. But here you go. If you have a 1.3 acres of land, how many square feet are there in 1.3 acres? Well, we know there's 43,560 square feet in a single acre. So if you have 1.3 acres, you just times 1.3 times 43,560, and that gives you the total square footage in 1.3 acres. Okay. All right, here's the other math formulas that are still on the inside of that front cover of your book there. It shows you how to calculate the area if it's a square or rectangle. Now, this is more like a room than a lot, than a parcel of real estate. But, you could use this with larger numbers and smaller numbers. So this is like measuring a closet or something. Yeah. So in order to measure the area, you just take the one dimension times the other. 6 feet long by 4 feet in the other direction, and that gives you the total area. That'll work on squares and rectangles, where the opposite side is the same length. Okay. 4 times 6, 24. So this is 24 square feet in here. Now, a triangle works the same way. If you were to move this triangle and put it over the rectangle here, a triangle is half a rectangle, right? So you could calculate it the same way. In this case, you got one side here and the other side. So imagine there was a side that was the full length here to figure out the area of the rectangle. So 3 times 4, 12, and then you just divide it in half, 6. So this triangle, 6 square feet, because it's half of a rectangle. Boom. So area equals base times height. This is the base, that's the height. And then if you want to find out the cubic capacity for something for some reason, maybe you're trying to figure out how much paint you need to buy to cover to paint an entire room, including the ceiling. If you're trying to figure out the volume of an area, you just take the length times the width times the height. But they're not going to give you that on an exam. One of these, yeah. I don't think they're going to give you this difficult, and it's not that difficult either, to figure out the area of a trapezoid where you got two different angles over here, and well, actually those angles look about the same, but either way, and then you got the uh, different amount of lengths over here on the top. All you got to do is add the opposite sides, 5 + 3, that's 8. And then you take 8, you divide it by 2, like you're figuring out a triangle. That's 4. And then you times that by the height. That's 6. So 24 square feet in here too. Okay. So I give you those little formulas right here. All right. How about figuring out your commission? How do we figure? You guys know how to figure out your commission? How much you're going to get paid on a deal? I mean, sales price times the rate of the commission, right? That's how you figure out your commission. Okay, but what if they ask you questions in a different way? Like, if the commission was this amount, how much did the house sell for? Oh, it makes it a little more difficult. They give you the formulas here, but you know what? Trying to remember this is difficult this way. It's not that visual. I'm a visual person. I don't know about you guys for learning. Are you guys visual people, or is this good enough for you?
Yeah, I'm more visual and
Mostly visual.
hands-on.
Yeah, me too. So here, I'm going to teach you this. The T formula looks like a T, right? That's why I call it the T formula. And then this is the division symbol, and this is multiplication. So the small number always goes up top on the T formula, large number on one side, and a percentage or rate on the other. Okay. And remember, TGIF, not thank God it's Friday, but the top number on top of this T goes in the calculator first, and then you're going to divide down. Or if there is no top number, you multiply across to figure out the missing component that you're trying to figure out. So make it kind of easy. Here, we'll show a couple examples. We'll start off with a
You mind holding on for just like 1 second? Like I'm just
sure. Yeah, you could do screenshots of this, or let me see. Do I have that even in my in those notes? I should have it in the notes. Let me see. If not, it'll be coming up. So we did pass this stuff. Oh, look at that. I don't have that visual right there yet. I do have it later on, though. Interesting. Okay, I'm going to have to add that in there at some point. Let's see. We just went past issuing a license. Would be license. How to register for the exams. Okay. Huh. That's why it's on the inside cover. That's why I don't have it in there, because we're not really officially at the math part yet. But I do have this stuff in these notes later on. But yeah, here you go. So you can take a screenshot of this. But here, I got a couple more screenshots with this on it. Take a look at this example. So here's that same formula that we saw on that previous slide, but I also added this here. These are the different problems you could calculate and figure out using this T formula. Like if you take number 1 here, number 1 here, and number 1 here. So those are the 3 numbers to figure out commission. And if any of those items are missing, you could figure it out using the T formula. Like if you know what the commission amount is that you're getting paid and what the sales price is, you could figure out what percentage that was that you charged. So all you do is you take the commission amount, the dollar figure, divide it, because that's the top number, you divide it by the sales price, it'll give you the rate. Or if you have the rate and the commission amount, you're trying to figure out how much the house sold for, you take the commission amount divided by the commission rate, and that'll give you the sales price that it sold for. See? It makes it a lot easier. So here I show you how to figure out 5 different types of math problems using this T formula. So if you want to take a screenshot of this, you got that snippet tool too in Windows. I'm not sure if you're on Windows or Mac. Mac has some sort of a screen snippet tool as well. On Windows, it's actually called a snippet tool. You can just type an SN there or snippet, and it'll pull it up. And you take screenshots. It's easier than taking
Forgot how to
pictures with your camera.
screenshot. Do you know how to screenshot on the Mac? I don't
Ye-
remember how to.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Anybody here got a Mac that knows how to do that screenshot there?
If not, it's okay. I could just wait for you to upload it.
Yeah, you can just Google it too. You
Uh,
know, you just Google it really quick. See, how do you take a screenshot on a Mac? What's the tool? I know there's a tool there. I'm sorry. Oh, wait. Somebody told me it's Shift Command 4. Shift Command button and the number 4 for the Mac. Okay. And on Windows, it's a snippet tool. You could just search snippet and it'll come up, the snippet tool. And you could do screenshots of stuff. It's better than taking a picture with your cell phone of your screen because then it comes out all wavy. You know. All right. There we go. So let's actually do a problem here. Here we actually have a question, and I'm showing you how we're going to figure it out using the T formula. But on exam, they don't give you the T formula. That's a tool that I'm teaching you guys. Okay, so it's a handy tool to remember. Remember, the small number always goes up top. Whatever kind of problem you're figuring out, large number on one side and the percentage or rate on the other. So here's a question that says, if you charge the seller 6% commission, and the total commission that was collected was $21,600, how much did you sell that property for? So you could cover up that T formula. That's all they're giving you is the words on exam. But you could pull out your scrap paper, do some writing like I told you here. You just write a T, divide down, multiply across, top TGIF, top number goes in the calculator first. You plug in there the smaller number. How do I know 21,600 is a smaller number? Well, is the commission, using a little common sense, is the commission going to be smaller than the sales price of the property? Yeah. So that's the smaller number. Property is going to be way more than the property's value is going to be way more than the commission. So that's the number that goes up top. The percentage or rate goes down here. So 6% can be converted into a whole number as well if you needed to, because your calculator doesn't have a percent symbol. You could just cross out the percent symbol and go 2 decimal points to the left and 0.06, that's 6% as a whole number. Okay. And you divide that and you get what? What's the answer to this? You could pull out calculators, it's fine. You're allowed to use calculators on the school and the state exam as well. How much does this house sell for, guys?
360,000. 360.
Okay, let's take a look. Boom, 360. There you go. You got it. 21,600. You put that in your calculator first, then you hit the division symbol, and then you did 6% or 0.06, and you got 360. And you could prove that math too by taking 21,600 divided by 360, and you should get 6%. Or you could take 360 times 6%, and you should get 21,600. Right? That's the way to prove the math, to make sure that you got it right, that you're doing it right. Oh, that coffee's doing me justice. All right, so here's another problem. It's asking this, it's actually the same numbers, the same figures. We're just asking the question in a different way. So it's a different question here. If the house sold for 360 and the agent charged 6% commission, what would be the total commission that you're collecting? 360 times 6%, because you multiply across and you get
21,600.
boom. Doesn't that T formula make it a lot easier to figure out these problems?
Yes.
Yeah, here's another one. Same figures really. If a house sold for 360 and the commission collected was 21.6, what was the rate of commission the licensee charged to sell the home? See, the like cover up that T formula and just look at these words. You know, a lot of times you just be scratching your head like, how the hell do I figure this out? And then you're just randomly typing numbers in the calculator, hoping it matches up with one of the multiple choice answer options. But you don't need to do that. If you got the T formula, hey, it's easy. 21.6 is the small number that goes up top. 360 is the large number that goes down bottom. Divide down, and you get 6%. Right? Doesn't that tool make it a lot easier?
Yes.
Jalen, that as a visual, is that a good visual for you?
No, yeah, it's definitely something I've picked up in school before. We called
Yeah.
it the butterfly method.
The butterfly method?
Yeah, we call it the butterfly method.
Okay. I guess there's a story behind that one for the butterfly. Um, but either way, you could prove your math this way and you could work it out a couple different ways. But, you know, a lot of ways that most instructors teach this is uh, base part rate. Like this is the large number they refer to as the base, and the small number is the part uh, of the base price, right? And then the rate. Okay. I teach it this small number, large number, rate, or percentage. Okay. It's same thing. It's just easier to remember. I like to dumb things down and keep it simple, stupid. I like the KISS concept, the keep it simple, stupid. Don't make me think concepts. That's the way I like it. I don't know about you guys, but I like things simplified. All right. So once again, here's that slide that shows you all the different problems that it can be used to figure out. Here's that T formula, or like you said, butterfly method. Yeah. All right. Here's something else. We're going to get to it a much next week. We're going to get to this kind of math that shows you how do you calculate the total interest paid over the life of a loan. Like if it's a 30-year loan, how do you calculate how much interest you paid over the life of the loan? And this is basically the formula for it, but I'm going to give you an easier way, step by step when we get to it. So you don't necessarily have to highlight it here, but I'll show you an easier method to figure that out when we get to it next week. That's also in the inside cover. All right. Chapter 1. Now, this is going to be where the notes start and it matches up with that Word document. Okay. You guys ready to do some learning now? We got to pick up some speed now, pick up some momentum here.
So now we're going to the book?
Yeah. Now, well, we were in the book, we were just on the inside cover, but now we're going to open up some of those pages. Now, when you open up the book, I didn't put screenshots in there yet of it. I should take some screenshots and add it in there, though. Before you get to page 1 of chapter 1, you know, you got the table of contents here with the different chapters, or they call them units, and what's covered in each chapter or unit. Let's get past that. There's an introduction to the book, and in the introduction, it's give you a little write-up about getting started in real estate. It's a good little read for you on your own time, okay? Then it gets into what is the role of this class, this pre-licensing class. And it's not to teach you all the aspects on how to do the job and get rich, okay? It's basically how to teach you how to pass the exam and not break the law, Okay, that's the purpose of this class. Although I tend to be a little OCD, and I'm going to start giving you some tips on how to do the business. Okay, so you're going to get a couple gems from me in this class. That's going to give you a couple of tips because when you guys get to that point where you're searching for a broker that you're going to work for, work under, they should really be giving you this training on how to do the job. Okay. This class is more focused on how to pass the licensing, how not to break the law. But I throw in my own little advice trying to help you guys out because I know it's hard to get started, especially if you don't have somebody guiding you good. But you really need to select a broker that's going to give you that training because training matters more than commission percentage that they're going to pay you of a deal. Because let's say you get a broker that's going to promise you 100% of the commission. What's the 100% of nothing?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Nothing. So you need a broker that's going to train you on how to get the business. Because if they don't, if they could promise you all the commission in the world, it don't amount to spit. Right? They need to teach you how to do the job. And I'll give you some tips in this class on that, but you really need to find a good broker that's going to train you, give you that little hand holding at the beginning to get started in real estate. Because if you don't get it, the likelihood of you failing out of the business is pretty high. Okay. So that education that you get from your brokers is so important. And hopefully they don't charge you for it because there's enough brokers out there that'll train you on how to do this job and make money because when you make money, they make money. But some brokers figure everything that I do, I need to make money off of, even training my own agents. And that's not right, you know. But there's a lot of brokerages out there like that. So when you're interviewing, and I suggest you do interview brokers, ask them what kind of training do you offer. Is it in classroom? Is it sitting me in front of videos and watching videos? Is it mentorship? And then there's a whole host of other questions that go along with that, which I actually have another document in our shared Google Drive for you guys. I think I even have a link to it there in the email I sent you. Let me see. Uh, it's called interview questions. Ooh, I got to add that. I don't have that there. I should add it. So look, if I click on this shared Google Drive here, it'll bring us into that shared drive. And this is what you're going to see. Okay. A couple of student attendance records and stuff like that. Okay. But here are the 4 folders: uh, audio reviews, the chapter quizzes. These are additional to what's at the end of each chapter in the book. Here's a one that shows you the slideshows that I'm actually showing to you in class right now, and supplemental materials. If we go into that supplemental material folder, oh, we got even more contracts that we and disclosures that we use in the business. I have copies of them here. But if you were just to be in this folder, you see a bunch of different forms. Somewhere in here, I have an interview sheet. Interview. Did I pass it? Independent contractor agreement. I know I was updating it. Hopefully, I didn't delete it from here while I was updating it. Oh, here we go. Interview questions. You guys see that? So you click on that, it opens it up, and you got all kinds of questions I put together for you, which I'm in the process of updating this. Last I updated it was 2019, but I'm in the process of updating this and adding some more questions to it. But here's some sample questions when you're interviewing with brokers, questions that you're going to want to ask them. How do commission structures set up? Do you charge desk fees? All kinds of other stuff. Let's see, what kind of training or guidance do you offer, and is it free? And then there's further questions I have here, like if you're offering a mentorship, uh, uh, who's the mentor? Is it a manager or a trainer or an experienced agent? And do they even want to be a mentor, or do you just assign somebody? Because if they do that, sometimes people don't even want to work with you. They don't want this additional job, but their broker's giving it to them. And do you need to split your commission with that mentor, and how much of it? If you're not happy with the mentor because you don't think they're helping you, can you switch that mentor or not? These are some important questions that you should be asking, because it's about your training on how to get started in the biz, right? So I give you all kinds of questions like this. Obviously, it's 2 sheets here. I'm gonna update this and add some more to it. I am in the process of already doing that. I just haven't completed it and uploaded it yet. But there's enough questions there at the beginning for that. Okay. Once again, that's in the supplemental folder in that shared Google Drive for you guys to get access to it. So you see, I got all kinds of goodies here for you. All right. So let's get started in this book and open up that page 1, chapter 1.
This is the page I should be on right here.
Um,
It says real estate licensing unit 1.
yep. Real estate licensing unit 1. Yep. So at the end of this chapter, you're going to be able to describe the different classes of New Jersey real estate licenses that are offered and what the qualifications for and exemptions are to licensing. You're going to explain licensing procedures for New Jersey residents and those for out-of-state residents. And we're going to learn about rental referral agencies as well. Anybody here not live in New Jersey? Okay. So, page 1. As you can see, you don't have to wait for me to tell you to highlight it. When you see highlights, just do the highlights. Get started on it. So I will have one page like this with the highlights, and then the next slide will be like my explanation of that same stuff broken down. Okay, so let's start off with just highlighting this on page 1. Who has to have a real estate license? Anyone who takes part in a real estate transaction in New Jersey for another person in exchange for a fee, commission, or something else of value has to have a real estate license. So the state of New Jersey created these licensing regulations, and the purpose for those is to protect the general public from unscrupulous brokers and salespeople. Hopefully you guys have some scruples. That's a fun word, huh? Scruples. You have some morals. You have some, right from wrong. All right. So, who has to have a real estate license? Anyone who's helping someone else in exchange for something of value in real estate, right? And what is the purpose of the licensing laws and rules that we're going to be studying and learning about in this book? To protect the public from, don't say us, because hopefully you got scruples. We're talking about the brokers and salespeople who do not have scruples, that would take advantage of somebody. That's the purpose of these licensing laws, to protect the public from those guys and gals. All right. So, who has to be licensed? You see my next slide here. Anyone, I got it broken down even further into bullet points. Anyone who takes part in a real estate transaction in New Jersey for another person for a fee, commission, or other valuable consideration, anything of value. It could be a gift, if you're, it could be a watch or shoes or pocketbook or trench coat or something, a TV. If you're helping somebody in a real estate transaction in exchange for anything of value, you got to have a real estate license. And licensing regulations were created to protect the public, the general public, from unscrupulous brokers and salespeople. And the Real Estate Commission is the one that issues the licenses. And the REC licenses have been required since 1921, when licensing requirements were created. And here's a link to the Real Estate Commission's website. I call it the REC for short. And they're a division of the Department of Banking and Insurance. That's why if you go to state.nj.us/DOBI, that's the Department of Banking and Insurance /division_rec. Yeah, I know it's a mouthful. It takes you to the Real Estate Commission's website. As you can see here, this is the Real Estate Commission's website. And it's got all kinds of things here on the left-hand side, the administrative code, what are licensing requirements, qualifying questionnaires, enforcement activity. That's that disciplinary actions page that I told that where I get those screenshots from. Look, you could search for licenses to see if your name is in that database yet to be a licensed agent. And it's got all kinds of information here. License renewals, applications, recent bulletins for law changes, which there was a bunch of them, and it all goes under this one recent law change. Letters to property owners. This is all kinds of disclosures to the property owner that you got to give when you get your listings. Continuing education requirements. There's been some updates with that. See, this page is a good page that you should visit every now and then for updates like hot topics. A lot of these things you're going to have exam questions on, believe it or not. They come from these latest things their bulletins and their posts on their website. Okay, so let's start off with, I'm going to share with you a copy of that link to the Real Estate Commission website. Okay, here, rec website. Boom. Everybody got that? There you go.
Yes.
All right. All right, sorry about that. And licenses are governed by the Real Estate Licensing Act, known as New Jersey statutes, or 45:15. How do you read that? 45:15. It reads like this: Title 45, Chapter 15. Okay, anytime you see something like this, 45:15, this is the title of the law, and this is the chapter within that. So, Title 45, Chapter 15. And this is actually printed in the back of the book on page 465, but it's been updated already because there's been changes since this book was published already. And so you could always go to the state legislature's website to get the latest New Jersey statutes. Okay. And you got it right here, the link to the latest legislative website. But then when you go there, it just shows you this. Okay. You could click in it and it shows you all the statutes, but this is from Title 1 to whatever, We want to learn about 45:15. Well, we'd have to type in here 45:15. And then it gets to, here we go, 45:15. No, that's not even telling us anything yet. Oh, wait, here we go. 45:6. Unfortunately, you can't just bookmark it here. You have to go through this website like this, and they don't make it very easy. Title 45, Chapter 15. Oh, here we go. Click on that to expand it a little more. And then we could get down to 45. Okay. Professional and occupational licenses. 45:1. No, you got to scroll down even further to get to 45:15. Expand it again. This is how you got to search these website for the legislation, and then you could find out everything about the law. Title. We went too far. There you go. 4515. Title 46. I guess still keep going here. You figure I type it in there, 4515. How about -1? Maybe I do that. It comes out a little bit easier. There we go. Takes us right to it. 4515. We can click on that. No person shall engage in the real estate business, or so it's talking about the topics that we're talking about right now. 4515. We click on it right here. All right. And then you could just keep going there. Role of housing referral aides, required for licensing, data, data, data. So it all goes from 4515 now, but it's a pain in the ass to navigate. So there you go. That's the link to get to the latest stuff, but it's printed in the back of the book there on page 465. Okay, and then so who makes the laws? Who makes laws? General question. Everybody should be able to answer this. Who makes laws? Forget about real estate. Who makes laws? Any laws? Guys, gals. Who makes the laws?
Uh,
Come on, spit it out. Don't worry about wrong answers here. It's your safe space. It's okay to get things wrong here.
Congress. Laws have to get passed through Congress.
Well, let's simplify it a little. Let's simplify this a little bit more, because let's just talk about New Jersey. Okay, who makes laws here in New Jersey?
the
I
Senate.
mean, what do you call those people? You guys are looking for. You guys are keep it simple, stupid. The KISS concept. Keep it simple, stupid. I don't want those Congress. Or I don't need those titles. What do you call those people? The people that are making the laws. Come on, dumb it down for me.
Politicians. Politicians.
Politicians. They're politicians. There you go. That's all I'm looking for. So keep it simple, stupid, so that I can understand it. Simple, stupid. All right. So yeah, politicians create the laws. Do politicians know all the ins and outs about the real estate business, though?
No.
No. So they basically created the framework for the laws. And then they created this agency called the Real Estate Commission to enforce their laws that they created about real estate, and then to fill in the blanks with the actual details of those laws. So the politicians created the Real Estate Commission, and then they gave the Real Estate Commission the authority to create additional rules and regulations on how the business actually works and in the details and getting into the dirt on it. So they could create additional laws and rules, but politicians create the laws. So they gave powers to the Real Estate Commission to create additional rules that are just as enforceable as the laws. But they don't call that statutes, because statutes are created by the politicians. They call this the administrative code. This is the rules and regulations of the Real Estate Commission, okay? Or Title 11, Chapter 5. Okay, so the laws, the real estate laws, what do we call them? Title 45, Chapter 15. You need to know that. You need to memorize that. It's they may refer to it simply as New Jersey statutes. We need to follow the statutes, 4515. And those additional rules and regulations that the Real Estate Commission created, which is called
Title 11, Chapter 5.
Or Title 11, Chapter 5 is correct.
Right.
Or it's also known as the Administrative Code.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you could get that code of all those additional rules the Real Estate Commission created here from LexisNexis. What does that look like?
Can I just say something? If you
Sure.
ever if you ever see, I know we have to have our cameras on for the time being, starting
Mhm.
tomorrow. But if you ever see me turn my camera on and off, just know it's because my computer's getting too hot, so I'm just letting it cool
Okay.
down.
Okay.
Yeah.
As long as you're there and you're answering me still, I know you're still there. Okay.
Yeah. Just making sure.
Okay. So yeah, here's the additional rules, the administrative code, and you could just look up Title 11, Chapter 5. It goes under insurance because the real estate commission stuff is under the Department of Banking and Insurance. So you go under 11, 5 right here, and then this is everything about all the real estate commission's rules. Yeah, I'm not a robot. Submit. Okay, here we go. Here's all the administrative commission rules in its legalese. So if you ever want to see how the laws were actually written or the rules by the real estate commission to see what the actual code is, you can come here, you can look up all that stuff, all the rules and regulations. I guess you got to get past the first couple pages before you get into it. Anyway, that's a resource for you. So what is the real estate law known as? Title 45, Chapter 15, or New Jersey statutes. What are those rules and regulations from the Real Estate Commission that we also have to follow?
The administrative code.
Also known as Title.
Title 11, Chapter 5.
Correct.
Chapter 5, sorry.
Yep. So you guys need to know it both ways. So you got to know New Jersey statutes are the laws, which are known as Title 45, Chapter 15, and the additional rules and regulations created by the Real Estate Commission is known as the Administrative Code or Title 11, Chapter 5. You need to memorize those numbers because they're going to give you some kind of question on exams. And they'll give you answer options like 4515, 115, 4511, 45.5. Like they'll give you the multiple choice and try to really screw you up with that. So these are the only two you need to know throughout this whole course. Okay, these are just the two that you need to memorize. Okay, 4515 is the laws. 11.5, those are the administrative code. All right. So here you can highlight it in your book, and you can write these notes right here on page 2 of your book. See this? Got the highlights and some notes written in there for you. Copy that. Let me know when you got it, and I can move on.
I'm good.
We're good.
Okay. And who needs to be licensed? Well, here just shows you once again from the disciplinary actions pages. This guy, he decided he was going to come up with his own property management business, came up with some fancy names and websites, and then he got screwed. He got busted when one of his clients he tried screwing over, and they reported him, and investigations were done. He never had a license to begin with, so they gave him a cease and desist order, and they threw some $10,000 fines at him and required him to pay restitution back to the clients that he screwed over in his makeshift, unlicensed entity, a business entity dealing in property management. Some people think, hey, property management, I don't need to have a license for that. Sure, you do. When do you need to have a license? When you're assisting anybody in a real estate transaction. In any way, shape, or form, and in exchange for something of value. And that's what he was doing. So he needs to be licensed, and the business needs to be licensed, and you have to have a broker license to run it. And he didn't. So that was the end of that. Or this one. This lady, she's a licensed real estate broker, but she had people working under her as leasing agents. Okay. Leasing agents, leasing consultants, whatever vocabulary you want to make up. You're working with somebody that's helping them in a real estate transaction in exchange for something of value. They have to have a real estate license. So she's a broker. She should know this. She has people working under her doing real estate activities that are not licensed, and she got in trouble for that. So she had to pay a $2,000 fine and take a required 30-hour refresher in office management course. Yeah.
Could doing something like this ever lead to an arrest?
I guess if they don't stop in those activities, yeah. Like
Mm.
this guy, this Jeffrey Ray up top, it looks like he was into more dubious actions there, but it was
Yeah.
like these are like white collar crimes. So he was ordered to shut down his business and has to pay these fines and pay people back money. Now, if it if he doesn't and he keeps going through with that, yeah, he'll probably get arrested and then get charged with more serious crimes because he's still continuing this activity. At the beginning, maybe he didn't know he needed to be licensed. Maybe he didn't do the research that he was supposed to have done. Instead he just, sometimes you get people that, I could manage a property, I could collect rents, and I could find you tenants, and I could do that for a fee. Yeah, but you need to have a real estate license for that. So sometimes people could do it innocently. They didn't think they were doing something wrong. Okay. But now he does. Now he knows,
But,
right?
but
The ten thousand
Diana,
dollar fine and ordered, hey, you need to have a real estate license to do that. So you got a cease and desist order. You got to pay restitution back. Now, if you continue to do this stuff, yeah, you'll probably get arrested now.
and then for Diana's case, could you ever get your license revoked?
Sure, sure. We'll
Mm.
see some of that in some later on ones. I mean, if you want to peruse through that disciplinary actions page on the Real Estate Commission's website, um, unfortunately, you can't really search for somebody's name, but you could scroll through it and you could look at some of the instances and things that have happened, which are pretty interesting.
Yeah.
Um, I remember one from, what was it, 2014? Or something like that. 2004 or 2014, I forget which one it was. There was one where those shows like the Housewives of New Jersey, Housewives of Beverly Hills,
Yeah,
Housewives
yeah,
of this and that.
yeah,
There
yeah.
was actually one of those real estate agent got in trouble because one of the Housewives of New Jersey, which I think that was the first show that there was in that series, um, they were actually showing this housewife a house, and then they brought in a whole film crew. They filmed an episode out of a property that was up for sale, and they wouldn't let anybody into the house while they were filming. And it's like, whoa, you never got the permission of the owner. So the broker got in trouble, the agent got in trouble. It's like, what the hell are you doing? What do you think you're doing there? So
Mm.
that was an interesting one too. There's some of them over there are kind of interesting. There's
Yeah.
another one that I'll bring up in a day or two. We're gonna watch. Oh no, probably tomorrow. We're gonna watch one about uh, they decided to use some agents decided to use someone's house as their own private hotel room. You know, so we're gonna get into some of that
Wow.
interesting. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Come on. Always assume cameras are watching you and listening always. Okay, assume you, especially in today's modern day. We got them for driving down the street. The government's even using them to watch us. So a homeowner putting their house up for sale, assume that there's like a hidden nanny cam somewhere. Somebody's always watching, someone's always listening. Okay, so just always assume that. Okay, because they may be. All right. So the Real Estate Commission, the REC. So the New Jersey Real Estate Commission is once again a division within the Department of Banking and Insurance. And how many people are on the REC, the Real Estate Commission? Well, there's 8 members. Five are real estate brokers who have been licensed as real estate brokers for at least 10 years. Two are appointed from the general public, and one is appointed by the Department of State. The governor. Every time the governor changes, this person may be changed. Okay. Usually, if the political party changes, that person gets changed. Because every politician wants to have their own person reporting back to them. It's like their cabinet. They choose their own cabinet. So that's basically how that works. Now, they all serve 3-year terms, but ultimately they all serve at the leisure of the governor, too. The governor can replace anybody because the governor is the boss of the state. So um, that's the way that works. So you guys got that highlighted too on page 2. New Jersey Real Estate Commission, composed of 8 members appointed by the governor. 5 are real estate brokers. who have been licensed as such for 10 years. 2 are chosen from the general public, and 1 represents state government, and they all serve 3-year terms. Okay. Just let me know when I can move on.
Good.
You're good.
All right, this looks like a mess. Oh, it's because the book doesn't write it in the way that I like it. But that's good. I'm going to be submitting to them a bunch of proposed changes. Hopefully, they will update this and correct some stuff and put in some simpler explanations like I got here. So you could do the highlights and these changes, but ultimately on the next slide, this is the way that I'm going to want it. Hopefully, the book manufacturer will take my suggestions here of writing it up like this, which this is better to study from, by the way, if you want to take a screenshot of this one. We're going to come back to this one in a moment, though. In the meantime, do all these highlights and write these notes and make these changes there. Okay. And let me know when you got that done. So once again, I know it's a lot, but when you guys are done, just make sure you let me know so I know we can move on. Okay.
I'm ready when everyone else is done.
Yep. So
I just need 2 more
as
minutes of it.
everybody's done, if everybody's done with their notes, just say got it, got it, got it, so I'm aware, and then we can move on. Especially for slides like this that have a lot of highlights and little writings in here. See this typing that I have here in dark? That's not in your book either. That's notes. Instead of reading my chicken scratch, I typed it in there in the bold. Okay, and down at the bottom too. Is anybody still taking the notes, or is everybody done?
I just finished.
Okay. Miguel, Ranjit, everybody, anybody
Done, sir.
still, you're
Done,
still
sir.
writing?
Finished.
Okay, okay. All right. So I'm going to change the next slide. If you need more time, you got to let me know. Otherwise, I'm changing slide.
You're good.
Okay, so basically this is the same information here, but I wrote it out a little clearer. This is a good one to actually just get a screenshot of. You know, it says these are the four types of licenses for real estate in New Jersey. You have the broker, also known as the broker of record, a broker salesperson, which that license is a little bit different than a broker's license because a broker is the one that manages the offices, and they're the head person in charge. There could only be one one broker for every company. And then you have a broker salesperson. They went through the same class and took the same exam as the broker. It's just that they're not the head person in charge, which is usually the owner of the company or could be hired to run the company. Would be the broker. Broker salesperson could just be somebody with a broker type license, but chooses to work under another licensed broker. We have a salesperson and the referral agent. So let's read through this now. A broker is the only person licensed to charge the public for services or hire real estate licensees. Every agency has only one broker, also referred to as the broker of record, because they're in charge of record keeping. They're responsible for providing office space, which is a physical place of business that is required here in New Jersey. There's no such thing as a virtual offices. Every real estate brokerage has to have a physical place of business. If you got a broker that you're interviewing with and they say that it's all we don't have an actual place of business, it's a virtual, they're already breaking the law. Okay, so run. Don't go with them. There's no such thing as a virtual offices here in New Jersey. Sure, you could work and have tools that are remotely, but they have to have a physical place of business. Okay, and then you have uh, uh, the broker needs to provide guidance and direction. Now that's not training. Like I've told you, that's very important that you get from your brokers. Guidance and direction is just guidance on how to follow the rules and not break the law. Okay, that's what guidance and direction is in the minds of the real estate commission. That is not the important, valuable training that you should get from your brokers. So, what do your brokers need to provide for you? Office space and guidance and direction on how not to break the laws, how to follow the rules. Okay. Sounds like it possibly be an exam question, doesn't it? Hint, hint. So the broker has to provide office space and guidance and direction of the laws and rules to their licensees. Where a broker salesperson is someone also with a broker type of license, choosing to work under and in the name of another broker in a sales capacity or as an office manager. Because if you have a brokerage that has multiple offices, well, a broker is one person. They can't be in more than one place at a time. And if you got a brokerage that got 10 offices, 10 different locations, you need to have somebody managing each one. And who can manage an office? Only a broker, only somebody with a broker's license or broker salesperson's license. Salespeople or unlicensed people or referral agents cannot manage an office. Only a broker salesperson can. Okay. Now, salesperson, what is that? Well, that's the license you're trying to get, probably, most likely, one of these two, three, or four here. You work under and in the name of only one New Jersey sponsoring broker at a time. You could only work under one New Jersey broker because that broker is responsible for providing that guidance and direction to you, and they could be held responsible for anything that you do wrong. That does not excuse you of doing wrong, but your broker can also be held liable for anything that you do wrong as well. Okay, so you could only work under one New Jersey broker at a time. Now, you could have a real estate license in multiple states and in other states working for different brokers in those states. But in New Jersey, you could only work for one New Jersey broker at a time and only get paid by that broker. You shouldn't be receiving any sort of compensation or pay from anybody else other than your broker. You always have to be paid through your broker for any real estate work you do. Got it?
Yes,
Got
sir.
it.
Okay. It's very important to know. It's a big way to get in trouble. A salesperson can only work directly with clients and customers, and then they could also send referrals to their brokers or other agencies as well. Now, a referral agent, they could only send those referrals. They cannot work directly with clients or customers, showing properties or getting listings or anything like that. Now, the referral agent, they changed the name of them. I mean, we could still call them in conversation a referral agent because in essence, that's what they do. But referral agent, the official license name has changed from referral agent. It's officially called an SLWRERC. What is that? That's a salesperson licensed with a real estate referral company. Okay, yeah, it's a mouthful. So, I mean, if we're ever talking about it, you don't have to say that to me. You could just say referral agent. I'll know what you're talking about. Okay, but as long as you guys see this this abbreviation of it, and you know that they're talking about a referral agent, you're good. Okay, so this is a new type of brokerage. Let me see. The referral company is a new type of brokerage license for the company. In the past, your broker's licensed, but the company needs to be licensed as well. And that's your typical brokerage license. But now there's a new type of brokerage license because in the past, referral agents can hang their licenses under their same broker. Now you cannot. If you have a referral agent license, it must be associated with a referral brokerage, a referral company. So that's a new type of brokerage license for the company that's required in order to sponsor referral agents licenses. So referral agents are restricted from working directly with the public. They can only refer business prospects, those leads, to their broker. And they could only be licensed under a referral company, not the traditional full service brokerage firms. So only a referral company can hang the licenses of referral agents. And referral agents are exempt from CE. That's short for continuing education classes, which is required for all other agents to renew their licenses. Yes, when you get your real estate license, it renews every 2 years. But before you can renew it, you need to take 12 hours of CE classes, 12 hours of continuing education classes. We'll get into that later on. It's coming up later on in this chapter.
So even after you're certified with your license and all that, every 2 years you have to do 12 more hours of educational classes.
Correct. And they're specific about the types of classes that you could take. But you could take them online or in person.
Do you have to take a test as well?
No. Well, you'd have to check to see who are you getting those referral the CE classes from. Like a lot of them, you can take them online and they're just automated. And then they may ask you a couple questions about the previous couple slides that you went over. It's not a test per se, because if you don't get like a certain percentage of them right, they'll just ask you the questions again, until you do get it right, just to make sure you're not just like skipping through the slides to finish your CE quicker.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Because each credit, 12 hours of CE classes, each credit is equal to an hour of class, or supposed to be. But you could get through it a little quicker if you just fast forwarding through the slides. So they put like little stops in there in between that gives you questions to ask about the slides that you just skipped through, just to make sure you didn't just skip through them, that you were actually paying attention. Okay. That's the extent or as close as you get to a quiz or an exam for them. Okay. Or you could take them in person and just sit there, listen to somebody lecture, and then boom, you got your credit. All right. Or if it's a live, like through Zoom, CE class as well. All right. Realtor or realtor associates. You notice that's not one of the license types. What are the 4 license types? I still got it on screen. You can just read them off.
Broker, the broker, salesperson, and the referral agent.
Yep. You notice you didn't say realtor because realtor is not a license type. Realtor or realtor associate, these are members of a trade association, a trade group. You guys are here to learn a new trade, real estate, right? That's a new business, a trade. All right. So it's not a license type. That's just what they call their members in NAR, the trade group called the National Association of Realtors. Their members are the realtors. And they have nothing to do with state licensing. Okay. It's a separate trade group. Now, they do have their own rules for their members to follow, and they're usually in line and parallel. They run parallel with licensing rules, usually, but not necessarily. So you could violate one of NAR's rules and not break the law. That's possible. So they have nothing to do with state licensing. But they do follow, its members do follow a strict code of ethics called the Realtors Code of Ethics, or COE. And that's a class that you guys are going to have to take if you're going to be involved in at least residential real estate. And when you join your brokerage firm, before you could get access to most of the MLSs, the multiple listing services, you're going to need to take this Realtors Code of Ethics training class within 45 days. And then you need to take it again every 3 years. And the Code of Ethics has been around since 1913. Wait a minute. When has real estate licensing been around since in New Jersey? When was it first required?
1921.
There you go, 1921. I don't think you're going to get that as a question on exam, though. But so don't go crazy over studying that. Okay, you don't need to memorize 1913 or 1921. I doubt those will be exam questions. But I'm just bringing it up right now just to make a point. So the Realtors Association had these Code of Ethics classes long before licensing was even required in New Jersey, because they realized there was a lot of, those snake oil salespeople that were less than reputable, that were posing as real estate salespeople, and they were screwing over people, doing unscrupulous things. So they came up, agents that were working in this industry decided, hey, salespeople that were working in this industry decided, hey, we need to regulate ourselves here, because there's a lot of these hucksters, these people that are trying to screw people over, these snake oil salespeople in our industry that are going to give us a bad name if we don't start regulating ourselves as an industry. This industry is not going to last. So what they decided to do is they came up with a bunch of rules and conduct that the agents need to follow, and they called it the Realtors Code of Ethics. Okay, so that's been around since 1913, way before licensing was required. And it's been updated every single year since. So there's a lot of rules now. Like back in 1913, there was no internet, in the modern code of ethics, there's been additional rules that were added, like you can't go registering the domain name from your competition and point it to your website just so you could get more business. That would be an unethical thing. It's a violation of the realtor's code of ethics to get, for example, www.remax.com and point it to century21.com, as an example. Um, you can't be doing that. All right. Now, technically, only a broker can be a realtor because they're the member of the organization. And all the agents under that broker get their membership through their broker. So, through that association of their broker. So, therefore, they are realtors by association. So, they are realtor associates. Okay. So, technically, only a broker can call themselves a realtor. And all the other license types are realtor associates. That's the technicality of it. Okay. Now, when we're having a conversation and somebody asks, "Are you a realtor?" You could be like, "Yeah, I'm a realtor." We know what you're talking about. But on your business cards and things like that, advertisements, don't put down that you're a realtor because you're not. You're a realtor associate once you become a member. Okay. Technically, only a broker can be a realtor. Okay. So everybody that wanted a screenshot got their screenshot by now, I'm assuming?
Yes.
Okay. So there are two license types for the brokerage companies I told you about. Here I'm just breaking it down on another slide. You got your traditional brokerage for hanging the licenses of all active agents that are actually working with clientele out there, buyers and sellers and landlords and tenants. And then you have a referral company, which is what is required if you're going to have a referral agency. Now, to hang the licenses of referral agents. Now, if you guys ever start as salespeople and then, I don't know, you get a job offer in some other industry that you're coming from already, and it's too good an offer to turn down, you got to take it. Do what you got to do. But I suggest you do not give up your real estate license. Keep it active. But it could be expensive to keep a salesperson's license active if you're not using it. Because, you're going to have membership in a realtors association and pay their dues. You're going to have to carry what we call errors and omissions insurance. It's like the equivalent of medical malpractice insurance that a doctor would carry. Now, you would get that through your broker. Okay. You would pay your share of it through your broker. Your broker has the policy and they'll charge you for your getting coverage under them as well. You're going to need to pay for membership in an MLS. Even though your broker pays for membership, you have to get your own login and membership under that broker for the MLS as well. So that's another fee. And there's more than one MLS. So if you're going to join more than one MLS, well, then you're going to have to pay more than one fee. So all these little fees add up, so it could be expensive to keep your license active as a salesperson if you're not using it. So you could change your license type. That is possible. If you're a salesperson, you could change your license to a referral agent and then transfer your license to a referral agency. And then this way your license is kept active. And then if you want to ever change back to a salesperson because you've got some deals and you want to start working as a salesperson, even if part-time, you could do that by transferring your license into a traditional brokerage firm. Everybody got that? Everybody got the understanding of what I was talking about there? Any questions?
Yeah, I think I got it.
Okay.
I'm gonna just take a screenshot real quick.
Sure. And also remember all this stuff, once again, is in that new class links file here. It's got the fingerprinting and all that stuff. 4 license types that we just went over. And here's the 2 real estate brokerage types that we just went over, right? With a little fuller explanations I could give here on the Word document than I can on the slides because there's, limited space there. And look, here's the next thing we're going to get into on the slides. The next slideshow, we're going to get into how much does it cost to get a license and to renew it. Okay. So let's get back to that slide there. Sorry if you didn't get your screenshot. You got it. You got your screenshot now?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. So how much does it cost to initially get your license and to renew it? There we go. Here's that next slide. Well, for salespeople and referral agents, this is on page 7. Why am I going out of order on our pages in our book? Well, because the book didn't put everything, when they're talking about licensing, they should have everything about licensing in one place. Instead, they spread it out. It's like randomly put in different places. So on page 7, don't worry, when we get to page 7, I'll have a slide there with any kinds of highlights and stuff. But this is on page 7. Salesperson and referral agents licenses, it's $160. Your license itself is $100. Plus, you pay when you initially get your license $50 for a FBI background check, and $10 goes to something that the real estate commission calls the guarantee fund. Okay, and you pay that when you initially get your license. Now, the broker or broker salesperson's license is $270 initially. So $200 for the license itself, plus that $50 background check, and $20 guarantee fund. So anytime you got a broker or broker salesperson, the cost is double for things like the license or the guarantee fund. The FBI background check still costs the same amount. So you add it up, it's $270 for those. So when you go to renew your license, though, you don't have to pay for background checks again. So salesperson license for renewal every 2 years is $100. And for brokers or broker salespeople, it's $200. So salespeople and referral agents, it's $100 to renew your license. Broker salespeople, it's $200. Now, when do you renew? Yeah.
You'll essentially be paying $300 if you have both licenses.
Well, you're not going to have both. It's one or the other.
Oh, it's only one or the other?
Yep. So when you're a salesperson and you want to get your broker's license, you now graduate to having a broker's license or broker salesperson's license. So you'll pay $200. Okay.
Would I still have the same abilities as a salesperson?
Yes.
If I,
Yes.
okay.
Yep. Mm-hmm. So when you're a salesperson, you start out as a salesperson. It costs you initially $160 to get that license, and then $100 every 2 years to renew it. And then if you go to get your broker's license after 3 years, you go take the broker's class. You do everything that's required to get your broker's license. You're going to pay $270 to upgrade your license to a broker or broker salesperson's license, because you're going to have to pay $200 plus the $50 background check again, and $20 to the guarantee fund. So that's $270. And then it'll cost you $200 every 2 years to renew it. Now, licenses, now you could do, as a broker, you could do everything that a salesperson can and more. If you're a broker, that means there's only one person in charge of every company. You're licensed to charge the public for fees for services rendered. Salespeople can't do that. They do it through their association with the broker that they're employed under. You got it?
So you essentially become your own boss when you become a broker.
Yeah, like as a salesperson, you can't be like, yeah, me, Victor Kaminsky, I'm charging you. I'm a salesperson and I'm charging you for my real estate services. No, it has to go through your brokerage firm under your broker. Okay. Only your broker is authorized to charge the public for services rendered. Now, you as a salesperson, how do you do it? Well, you do it through the brokerage. That's why your broker gets paid and then they pay you. Remember, I said you could only be paid by your broker. Anytime you get paid, it has to go through your broker so we can follow the money trail to make sure no hanky panky's going on. Everything is legit. Now, your license has everybody's license, whether it's a broker, whether you're a salesperson or a referral agent or broker salesperson or a broker. Everybody's license renews every 2 years. Well, depending when you got your license. Okay. The first year, you may not have it. The first time you get licensed, it may not be for
full 2 years, depending when in that 2 year period you got your license. Everybody's license renews at the same time, June 30th of odd numbered years. Right now, we're in an even number year, right? 2026. Everybody's license will come up for renewal again in odd numbered years. June 30th of 2027 will be the next license renewal. So if you don't renew it by June 30th in the odd numbered year, your license will become inactive. It expires on July 1st, the next day. But it's still good on June 30th. But if you don't renew it, the next day it expires or becomes inactive. Now, inactive licenses can always be reactivated, but there's always going to be an extra fee when it comes to the state, right? So because you didn't renew in time. So reactivation is, I think it's like an additional $50 to reactivate the license. So inactive licenses can be reactivated for an additional fee within the next licensing term, which is how long? 2 years. So if you don't renew it within that 2 year period, that next licensing term, then you lose it. And you got to come back to school and start all over again. So if you say, well, I didn't reactivate my license, I forgot I had to renew it, and like 3 months went by, that's okay. You can renew it anytime within the next licensing term, which is 2 years. Everybody good on that?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okie dokie. All right. So remember, I told you need to take CE classes to renew your license every 2 years, right? So here's the way that it works. Here's the breakdown. Each CE credit is equal to 1 hour of class. Okay, I got the breakdown here on this slide, but let me click on this link and show it to you directly on the Real Estate Commission's website. Here's the breakdown of the CE. Here's the breakdown of the CE classes, okay? You have to take 1 hour in fair housing and laws, which basically covers the laws against discrimination. One credit or 1 hour in agency law, 2 credits in ethics, 2 in any other core topic, adding up to 6. 2, 4, 5, 6. So you have to have what we call core topics, CORE, core topics. So these are all core topics. And then the additional 6 hours can be in any other approved topic. They could be electives. So the requirement for 2 credit hours in any core topic may be fulfilled by obtaining 2 credit hours in any of the core topic areas, including additional credit hours, specifically required topics in fair housing and New Jersey laws against discrimination, agency, and ethics, over and above the credit hours specifically required in those topic areas. Salesperson's licenses with real estate referral companies that change their license type must complete the required CE. So basically, if you're a referral agent and you want to change back to a salesperson or a broker salesperson, you have to take all core topic and maybe even more CE than normally required in order to reactivate your salesperson's license, depending on how long your license was hanging as a referral agent. So they got a chart here you could click on here, and it shows you this chart, as you guys can, yeah, you guys can see that chart here. This chart shows you a licensed referral agent who was not previously licensed as a broker, salesperson, or salesperson. In other words, you initially got your license as a referral agent. You never had a salesperson license to begin with. If you're hanging your license as a referral agent for less than 1 year, you're eligible for just changing your license to salesperson without taking any CE. between 1 year and 6 years of hanging your license as a referral agent. Now, you don't need to study this. This is just for your knowledge that you need to know that if you're going to be changing your license types, you're going to need to take some CE to do that change. So a salesperson shall, in order to qualify for license as a salesperson, should complete 24 hours of CE, these continuing education classes, all of which shall be in court, ethics, fair housing, or agency topics. And according to NJAC, what does that stand for? NJAC 11:5. What is that? NJAC. The administrative code.
New Jersey Administrative Code?
Yep, Title 11, Chapter 5. Remember, those are the rules and regulations created by the Real Estate Commission, right? NJAC. The statutes are the laws created by the politicians. The NJAC, that's the administrative code created by the Real Estate Commission. And you see it followed by 11.5. The law is 4515. So the 24 hours of CE shall be completed within 2 years immediately preceding application for the license as your salesperson. And if you're hanging your license, if you never had a salesperson license and you just started as a referral agent out the gate, and if you hung your license as a referral agent for more than 6 years, and you want to become a salesperson, in order to qualify as a salesperson, you have to complete the pre-licensure education requirement again, basically taking all 75 hours, and to pass the state exam again. But no CEs required. Thank you for that. Okay, so my suggestion, here's a little loophole. You guys need to learn how to navigate the law, read between the lines. If you ever plan on becoming a referral agent, I would say don't initially get your license as a referral agent. I would say initially start as a salesperson, and then you could immediately change it to a referral agent. But you started as a salesperson. So even if it was just for one day, you had it active as a salesperson, and then you converted to a referral agent, you don't have to do any of this.
Okay.
Instead, we could skip right down here to this area where you were previously licensed as a broker, salesperson, or salesperson, and then transferred it to referral agency. You change your license type. If it was less than 3 years hanging as a referral agent, and you want to change to a salesperson, you have to complete 12 hours of CE in all core topics. If it was more than 3 years, but less than 6, you have to complete 18 hours of continuing education, all core topics again, within 2 years of preceding application, all of which shall be in core, ethics, or fair housing, or agency. If it's more than 6 years that you were hanging as a referral agent, your license, you have to complete 30 hours of CE, 24 hours of which shall be in core, ethics, and fair housing, or agency, and shall pass a salesperson license exam as applicable, if they require. It's up to the Real Estate Commission. Okay, now, if you have a license as a broker or broker salesperson, if you change your license to a referral agent and you want to change it back to a broker salesperson, and you were hanging it less than 3 years as a referral agent, you have to complete 18 hours of CE in core topics. If it's 3 years or more, but less than 6, you have to complete 24 hours of CE in core topics. And if it's more than 6 years, you are hanging it as a referral agent, you need to take 30 hours of CE, 24 of which shall be in core topics, and shall pass a broker's license exam. But you don't have to take the class again, but you do need to take the exam again if you are hanging it for more than 6 years. So the rule of thumb is basically if you ever had that license more than 6 years hanging as a referral agent, you're going to need to take an exam again. And CE. But if you never initially got your license as a salesperson, you may be required to retake the whole entire course. Okay. So that's that. All right. So I have that link right here in the slideshow. I have that link also in that ClassLinks Word document. Okay. So that's the breakdown. So what's the breakdown of your typical salesperson or not a referral agent because they're not required to take CE, but your typical salesperson, broker salesperson, or broker's license. How much CE do you need to take? Well, you got to take 12 credits once again. Of those 12 credits, let's see, these classes have to be approved by the Real Estate Commission. You can't just take any kind of real estate class. You have to take those specifically licensed as continuing education classes approved by the Real Estate Commission. And you need to complete those 12 hours of CE before April 30th of the license renewal year, of the odd year. So basically 2 months before license renewal, because when's your license come up for renewal? June 30th, right?
Yes.
So April 30th, that's 2 months before. So you need to complete your 12 hours of CE 2 months before the license or April 30th of that odd year. If it's not completed by April 30th, the Real Estate Commission will charge you an additional $200 processing fee. Don't call it a fine. They don't call it a fine. They call it a processing fee. They put a little lipstick on that pig. I don't know, man. If you're going to charge me additional fee because I didn't do something on time, it sounds like a fine to me, right? But they say, no, it's not a fine. It's a processing fee because you finished late. Okay, whatever. So
Yeah,
CE, right? They're putting a little lipstick on that to try to make it look prettier, but it's still a pig to me. I mean, it's money out of my pocket, right? Okay, so CE classes can be taken in person or online. They don't even need to be in New Jersey, as long as they're approved by the New Jersey Real Estate Commission, though. So, for example, if somebody's taking a real estate class in, I don't know, maybe you're down in Mardi Gras, and they're having real estate CE classes down there, which are approved by the Real Estate Commission in New Jersey for credits for CE. You could do that. Doesn't necessarily have to be in New Jersey, or maybe it could be in Vegas or on a cruise ship. But now that whole trip just became a business expense, didn't it? You guys following where I'm going with this?
Yep.
So those required courses you needed to take to renew your license, they don't need to be in New Jersey, but they do need to be approved by the New Jersey Real Estate Commission. And if they're down somewhere in some vacation destination resort area, it just so happens to be, that whole trip became a business expense and you could write it off on your taxes now.
Hold on now. Hold on.
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna take
Okay, I am not a tax professional. You need to consult with my disclosure here. Okay, I am not a tax professional. Please consult with your tax professional with regards to what you can and can't deduct to your taxes. Okay, but either way, it's basically a business expense. So you could deduct the travel, you could deduct the hotel, you could deduct your meals, just not your liquor bill. Okay, or if you're bringing a significant other with you, you can't deduct their part because you can only deduct your part of that, your expenses for that trip for being a business trip. Okay, that's the way that works. But consult with your own tax professional. I'm not a tax professional. My disclosure: consult with your tax professional constitutes legal or tax advice. All right, so. This is learning the business. Hey, you guys are not going to be employed by a broker. in the traditional sense of employment where you get a W-2 at the end of the year. You're going to be an independent contractor, meaning your brokers are not going to, when you get a check, you guys ever have a job before? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And you got paid a W-2 at the end of the year, right? They gave you a W-2 form to file your taxes.
Uh-huh.
Well, every paycheck that you got, how you didn't get the full amount. There was some deductions on there.
Yeah.
Well, your brokers are not going to take out those deductions. As independent contractors, it's up to you to manage your own tax filings and to take it out. Your broker's going to pay you the full pay that you earn. You're going to have to take out money and put it to the side to pay at the end of the year for your, unemployment tax, your social security taxes, and all that stuff. Estimate that to be about 15% or so. Talk to your tax professional because I don't know your tax bracket and how much money you make, blah, 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 blah. So make sure you talk to your tax professional about that. It could be different for you. But generally it's about 15% you put to the side to paying your taxes at the end of the year because your broker is not going to deduct anything. Now, how can you lower your tax obligation to pay taxes on the income that you make? How do you lower your taxable income? Well, you have write-offs, your business expenses, right? That's not considered income because you had to spend money to make money, right? So it's not income that went into your pocket that's taxable. So keep track of all your business expenses, like the fee you paid for this class. It's tax deductible. It's a business venture, right? So it's a business expense, right? Your your state exam, you're gonna have to pay for that. The fingerprinting, the licensing fee, you have to pay for that. You have to pay for membership to the MLS and the Realtors Organization, your errors and omissions insurance. Maybe you're doing some marketing. Maybe you pay a fee to get a website made. That. These are all business expenses, right? Keep track of them. You can write them off against any income that you make. Lowering your tax liability that you need to pay the IRS, at the end of the year. You're welcome.
Thanks.
All right. Keep track of those things. I'll give you some resources for that. You get like QuickBooks Self-Employed or Quicken Self-Employed, QuickBooks Self-Employed, or one of those software packages that you put on your cell phone. Even that software that you pay for, that's a business expense and tax deductible too. Having somebody do your taxes for you, that's deductible on your taxes. The fee you pay for that. All right. So here's once again the breakdown of the CE classes. You got 6 credits in core topics. Of those core topics, 2 need to be in ethics, 1 in fair housing and the laws against discrimination, 1 in agency law, and 2 in any other core topic. And then the additional 6 hours can be any approved class, whether it's core or elective topics. And you could track it in this CE tracking system. Okay. Check your CE credits taken or needed in the New Jersey RECE .psiexams.com. This is a tracking system for you that you'll create a login for yourself initially, and you'll use that login where any place that you took CE classes, they have to report it into this system. Okay. And I'll show you how it works. I got a video coming up on one of these slides, but I actually I'll pull up a latest one. I'll show you on the website. Exempt from CE requirements to renew your license is newly licensed agents after June 30th in even numbered years. Okay, we just started an even number year. We're not quite in June yet. So you guys will still need to take CE classes before you renew your licenses in 2017. 2017, what am I talking? 2027. Oh my gosh, 2017. Okay, so 2027. is when the next license renewal comes up, you guys will have to take your CE class, 12 hours of CE classes still. If you get licensed after June 30th this year, this class will count towards your CE. So in other words, you take this class right now, we're in February now. You take this class now, you pass a school exam, you take the state exam, you pass that as soon as possible, but you don't send in all the paperwork with fingerprinting and the fee to activate the license yet, and you do it after June 30th, well, then you don't need to take CE because you didn't get licensed until after June 30th. You feel me? But I don't suggest that you wait all that time. If it does drag on and you're getting close to that time, you might as well wait. But if not, get licensed as soon as possible and start working, learn the industry, start making money. Referral agents, they don't need to take CE, and neither do real estate brokers who have been licensed as brokers for at least 40 years because they've been in the business long enough. So they're given a break on that. They're exempt. Okay. Everybody good?
Yep.
Okay. So here's that CE tracking system. I got a video on this. I should update this video though. Actually, you know what? Let me take it from my last class. Or actually, you know what? Let's just go to the PSI tracking system right now, and we'll make a new recording. I'll take it right from here. Okay, so check this out. So this is let me show it to you. This is the PSI CE tracking system. Okay. It gives you instructions here on how to create a login for yourself to this system initially. And here's my login information. I'm going to log in. Okay, and you can see in this system, I haven't taken any CE classes yet since our license was recently renewed in June 30th of last year, 2025. So 0 of 12 courses have been completed. See, as you start completing hours of CE and they get reported into the system, this line will become green and it'll show you the breakdown that you've completed all these classes. So this is the total requirement of 12 hours. Then there's a 6-hour core requirement, 2 hours of ethics, 1 of fair housing, and now the 1 in agency as well is in there too. So you see it'll show as green, and then when you're completed, there'll be a green dot at the end of the line here with a check in it showing that you've completed this requirement, etc. And you can take a look at, where is it? Is this under here? Learning plan? Yeah. So here I could see my history too from my licenses over the years since they started keeping track, or since they started requiring CE in New Jersey. They previously did not until this 2011, 2013 licensing period. So ever since then, I could see my history here. Requirements are met. Okay. So let's just take a look at the most recent one, the 27 renewal is not, I didn't do anything for that yet. But let's take a look at my last year for license renewal between 2023 to 2025. I could go there, look at the history, and you can see how there's the line turned green all the way, and there's that green circle with the checkbox in it, showing how many CE classes I took.
Have you ever had any issues where it didn't display the right information?
If you do, you just contact your CE provider that you took the class with and say, "Hey, it's not in the system yet. I need you to update that." They should update it in a timely manner, though. Okay?
Okay.
If you don't, you call them up. Okay.
All right.
All right, so let's see. Of the 12 hours of CE required, you have to take 6 hours in core topics. I took 11 hours of core topics out of the six. So I took more than required of core. Uh, of the 2 hours of ethics required, I took three. Of the 1 hour of fair housing, I took three. Of 1 hour of agency, I took the 1 hour of agency. And here's the breakdown of the classes. Here's the course ID number. See, every course is licensed and it has an ID number. You see the ID numbers underneath them? It starts with a C, okay? And then it has a number behind it. And then it explains whether it's core, agency, ethics, fair housing, or electives. So you can see which classes I took. I took this class in a classroom environment, 4 hours. That was a class I took with the Real Estate Commission. Then we have a real estate agency in New Jersey. I took this one online. Here's the date I took it. It was 1 hour. It was agency. So you got the breakdown of everything, and I got the credit that was granted to me and spelled out here. So this is the way you could confirm that all of your classes, what classes you need yet, because I know there's some classes out there that are electives, right? You're allowed to take how many hours of electives? 6. 6 hours have to be in core topics and 6 hours in electives, or you could take them all in core topics if you wanted to. But there's a breakdown of specific classes you need to take. In the past, it was only specifically ethics, but then we had everybody yelling about recent years, with the illegal immigration and everything, and everybody's accusing everybody of being racist. So then they said, okay, well, now you got to take fair housing. So they added a fair housing requirement of 1 hour. And then they recently did some changes in the law, adding a new type of agency. So to make sure everybody understands the different types of agencies, relationships, they threw in there a 1 hour agency requirement now. Of those 6 hours of core topics, 2 have to be in ethics, 1 fair housing, and 1 in agency. And then the rest, you could have 2 more hours in core topics, whatever kind of core topics. And the remaining 6 hours can be in any course. They could be electives. Okay. So there are courses out there that you could take that are not considered core topics. For instance, I know of a class that's 13 or 15 hours in length. Teaching about foreclosures and short sales and bankruptcy stuff, and but it's all electives. So when they first started requiring CE, I know people that took that course, 15-hour course, and they're like, "Hey, I met my 12 hours of CE. I exceeded it, right?" Nope. You took 15 hours in electives. You still need to take 6 hours in core topics. You didn't meet the requirement yet. So you got to make sure that the classes that you take meet the requirements here. That's the message I was just trying to get across. All right. Okay, so so that's the breakdown. All right, so activities requiring a real estate license. Who's required to have a real estate license? Well, we'll go over that. Once again, after lunch, we'll start getting into this. So let me pause this recording for a second. Don't go nowhere yet. All right, so to resume after our lunch break here, what are the activities requiring a real estate license? Well, let me put my phone back on silent. Sorry. So when you do anything, when you perform any of these acts for someone else in exchange for a fee, commission, or other valuable consideration, anything of value, you have to have a real estate license. So a salesperson, they could do the same activities as a broker can, but they're doing it in the name of the broker under which they're employed. You can't just charge the public fees for services you perform in your own name. It has to be only a broker can charge the public. So the broker authorizes you as their authorized agent to charge commissions to our clients. Okay. Now, are they your clients, the people that you get to work with to list properties or to find homes for? No, they're your broker's clients. You're an agent, a representative of your broker. So anything you do, any clients that you get even on your own that your broker had played no part in, you're doing that while working under the broker. You can't even get a license unless you get sponsored by a broker. You have to get sponsored and work under a supervising broker. So any clients that you get, they're not your clients. So stop saying my clients, my clients. They're the broker's clients. Even though you got them, you can't work independently of the broker. Okay, so you're working under the broker. So salesperson can do all the same activities that a broker can, but the licensee is working under and in the name of a supervising licensed broker whom they're employed with. And you could list real estate for sale, sell, exchange, buy, auction, or rent real estate, collect rents, solicit prospective purchasers or sellers, negotiate a real estate commercial loan, sell lots or other parcels for a developer, or sell business opportunities that involve real estate. Can you sell a business without a real estate license? Sure can. Unless real estate's involved, then you need to have somebody with a real estate license that's involved, right? So, although licensees can sell businesses and commercial real estate, an attorney would prepare the contracts of sale for them. We don't actually, for commercial real estate, we don't prepare leases or sales contracts for commercial real estate. Attorneys do that. We only are authorized and allowed to prepare contracts for sale or lease of residential 1 to 4 families properties or single buildable lots. More than one lot, more than 4 family, it's considered commercial real estate, and an attorney needs to prepare the contracts. We could help get the ball started and rolling here with that process by preparing a term sheet, which are all the terms like the sales price and any other terms that need to be added into the contract. We could prepare the term sheet, and then we turn that over to the attorney who will create the contract based on those terms. Okay. So let's do those highlights on page 3. Let me know when you got it so that I could then move on.
Got it.
Everybody good?
No, hold on. You're good.
Okay. So licensees are also permitted to handle the resale of mobile homes, but they must follow DMV motor vehicle registration regulations, as well as those set forth by the Real Estate Commission. So we could prepare contracts and we could do the resale of mobile homes. That's not for new mobile homes because we're not licensed motor vehicle dealers. We could only do the resale of mobile homes, okay, and get paid a commission on those. You know, it's required to sell a mobile home. You ever sell a car?
Just the title?
Just the title. That's it. You know, you fill out the back of the title, you know, the paperwork there with the information of the buyer, the seller, the price, so the appropriate tax can be paid. You go down to DMV or re-register it in someone else's name and pay the appropriate tax, and boom, that's done. We earned our commission. Now, if that mobile home is sitting in a mobile home park, well, that's a different lease that they need to sign with the mobile home park for it to be there. Now, if a mobile home has its axles removed and it's mounted to a foundation, it's no longer considered a mobile home, which is personal property. It is considered real estate. And then you have to go through the same sale of real estate process. Okay, so there we go. Here's a slide just on that. Licensees can broker the resale of mobile homes, but we must follow the DMV regulations. We cannot sell new mobile homes because we're not licensed motor vehicle dealers. Mobile homes are considered personal property, like your car, like your clothes on your back. But unless the axles are permanently removed and it's attached to a foundation, then it would be considered part of the real estate in that circumstance. And then you'd sell it just like you would real estate. Now, some exemptions. A real estate license is not required to sell real estate by FSBOs. That's a for sale by owner. Do you need a real estate license to sell your own property? No, you do not. Only when you're helping someone else sell or lease it. You do not need a real estate license to sell or lease your own property, right? Or for attorneys, executors, trustees, receivers, administrators, legal guardians, and others handling real estate under the order of a court. Okay, so attorneys, executors. What's an executor or an executrix? Well, these are gendered terms and they're rooted in Latin. Most languages are based on gender, except for the English language, which is why we have so many distortions of it these days, where everybody starts pulling in gender now. An executor is a man. An executrix is a woman who you name in your will to make sure your assets are distributed according to your final wishes in your will. So when you make a will, you know, last will and testament, you have to name somebody as an executor or an executrix this is like a trusted person that maybe your close friend, brother, sister, relative, that you name to make sure that your final wishes are carried out according to your will and how you wrote them up. If you do not name somebody as an executor or an executrix in your will, the court will appoint somebody called an administrator, usually a lawyer, but it could also be a friend or family that you member that you just didn't name, that steps forward and says, oh, I'm willing to do it. The court could appoint them as the administrator to make sure all your final wishes are carried out. Now, banks and trust companies, they don't need a real estate license for properties that they own to sell. Neither do insurance companies for properties that they own. Attorneys are exempt while handling real estate in their normal practice of law. But an attorney who engages in the brokerage business of trying to get listings to sell and lease properties, they have to get a real estate license just like you and I. Now, attorney can get an education waiver from taking this class because they took a lot more years in college to become an attorney, right? So they probably have a little more extensive training on other things legal-wise. But if they want to enter so they get a waiver for taking this class, but they still need to take the exam to get a real estate license. Okay. And most likely they'll probably have to take this class because in addition to some of the basic stuff that they learned in college, um, they're not going to know like the laws that pertain to real estate agents specifically, like the real estate commission, the rules and regulations of the real estate commission, because that's not like a normal thing that attorneys would study in their law classes. Okay. Any questions?
No.
Okay. So attorneys can get that education waiver, but they still need to take the state exam to get licensed. Now, about this stuff, who is exempt from having a real estate license to sell real estate? Basically boils down to for sale by owners or those representing them under the order of a court. These are still FSBOs as well, really. And on page 3, we can highlight that. Exemptions, real estate license is not required for FSBOs, attorneys, executors, trustees, yada, yada. Banks and trust companies that are basically FSBOs, for sale by owners. And same thing with insurance companies.
Got it.
Okay, everybody good?
Yeah.
Okay, so which of the following are never allowed to sell real estate without a license? We're gonna do the simple question right now, and I'm gonna show you how to answer questions properly on state exams. Okay, um, because sometimes they can be a little complicated in how they write them, but there's a way that you could get to the answer, and you should always use process of elimination. Don't look for the right answers because you studied your hearts out. Now you know the right answer, and then you select it right off the bat. Because sometimes there's questions where there's more than one right answer, and you need to select the best answer, okay, for the problem. So make sure you do process of elimination. It's the best way of doing it. So which are never allowed to sell real estate without a license? Anytime you see absolute statements or words like never, always, or except, be careful as well. Okay. So let's do process of elimination here. Banks, can they ever sell real estate without a license? Yeah, if they own the property. So it's not that one. What about insurance brokers? We know insurance companies, insurance broker. Let's table that one because we're not completely sure of that one for a second because it's the way it's worded. Insurance brokers work for insurance companies. So let's table that one for a minute. What about attorneys? Can attorneys, is there ever a situation where attorneys can sell real estate without a license? Yes, when acting in their normal practice of law, right? What about owners? Can they ever sell their own property without a license?
Yes.
Okay, so because of that, we did process of elimination. We weren't sure about answer B, but now we are because we eliminated all the other options. So without even knowing why, we know answer B is the right answer. But if we really dig into why, it's because insurance companies are exempt from selling properties that they own, basically making them for sale by owners. But somebody who's an insurance broker that sells insurance, no, they're not exempt. They want to engage in real estate sales, they need to get a real estate license. See how we do process of elimination? It makes the answers kind of pop a little bit more, even when you're not completely sure why. So it could be helpful that way. All right. Payments for services. Salespeople cannot pay anyone because they could only be paid by their broker under which they're licensed under. All right. So who can you be paid by? Only your broker.
Only.
And who can you pay? Nobody.
Nobody.
Okay. So to collect a commission, it's illegal for anyone to share any portion of a commission with someone without a real estate license, number one. Number two, you must be licensed at the time the service is performed. So nobody's here working with buyers or sellers right now as you're trying to get your license, right? Right. Finder's fees could also be called kickbacks. This is money or gifts to unlicensed persons who refer them buyers or sellers. That's also forbidden. It's illegal. Okay. I got a little note here. See buyer's rebate below. Okay. Well, brokers can only pay. Who can a broker pay? You can't. We established that you as a salesperson cannot pay nobody. Who can your broker pay? Any of their licensees. Covers all the license types. They could pay another broker when they pay out a referral fee to a different agency that may have sent us a referral. Off the top, we pay off that referral fee to their broker, and then their broker pays that agent. So a broker can pay another broker or a rebate to a buyer. A buyer of residential real estate that is their primary residence. What is a primary residence? Doesn't mean your first home. Primary residence, it could be the 10th home you ever owned in your life, but it's the primary place that you live out of, where you have on your, where's the address you put on your driver's license? Where do you file your taxes from? What address do you put on that? Where are you registered to vote, out of? That's your primary address, the main house that you live in, right? So buyer rebates we could only give to purchasers of a primary residence. And then there's strict rules that need to be followed about how we could pay them. Okay. First of all, we can't pay them if it's a second home, a commercial property, investment, or vacation property they're buying. Only for buyers of a primary residence can receive rebates from the broker. We could only offer rebates if our brokers allow it. And then it's under strict guidelines and strict rules on how we could pay out those rebates. So we'll be getting to that. But first, let's highlight these things for payments for services. I just put a box around this whole section on page 3, which continues on to page 4 here in this edition of the book. I just highlighted within that as well, it's illegal for anyone to share any portion of a commission without a real estate license. Salespeople can only receive compensation from their employing broker, and a selling broker to rebate part of the commission to a buyer in the form of a credit or check at closing. Okay. That's for buyers' rebates. And then we have above finder's fees, right? Kickbacks, because that's basically a kickback. It's a payment to somebody who's not licensed in exchange for a lead, a valuable lead, perhaps. Okay. You got a friend, I know somebody looking to buy a house or sell a house, just throw me a little something, something, when you close on the deal. What should you tell them? I can't do that. That's illegal. I can't pay anybody. I could get caught. If I get caught, I could lose my license and get fined thousands of dollars. So instead, I'm going to advise you to go to Career Path Academy and join their real estate class. They're excellent over there. And talk to Victor, get your license through him, and then I could pay you a referral fee. Okay, that's the way to do it. Tell me you got it when you got it.
Got it.
Excelente. Excelente. All right. So apparently these people did not get it. or they got it, but then they ignored it. Don't ignore the information I teach. Here in 2017, this person, what did she do? She accepted a commission as a salesperson from someone other than her employing broker. So the real estate commission required her to take an additional 3 hours of continuing education classes that will not count towards her mandatory hours of CE to renew the license, and had to pay $2,500 in additional fines for that. And then we have this guy here, Raymond Rice. What did he do? He's a broker salesperson, and they found that he violated New Jersey statutes, that he transacted real estate activities outside the scope of his employment with his employing broker. He also collected commissions from someone other than his employing broker in violation of New Jersey statutes. And then he failed to indicate the license status on an executed contract of sale. We have to put down on all contracts that we prepare, if we are licensed and what kind of license it is. So even if you're selling your own place. So Rice's license is suspended for a period of 3 months from the date of issuance of this order. He has to complete an additional 6 hours of CE classes, 3 each in the areas of ethics and agency. It's pretty specific, which will not count towards his CE requirements for license renewal. And he got a $3,000 fine on top of it. See, so they do catch people doing stuff. Don't just say, well, how do they know? I don't know, but they could end up finding out. Is it worth it? Okay, page 4, buyer's rebates. There's an exception to that. Only a licensed real estate broker can provide a purchaser of residential property a rebate from the broker's commission. The broker and the purchaser must contract for a rebate from the onset of the relationship in a written document or electronic document or a buyer's agency agreement. Okay, so basically, if you're ever going to offer anybody a rebate, buyer's rebate for their primary residence, you need to have it in writing from the time you start working with them. That's basically what that's saying. And then you have to stipulate how much that rebate is going to be. Okay, so the broker must recommend that the purchaser also contact a tax professional concerning receiving that rebate, because they may have to pay taxes on it, depending on how much it is, their tax situation. I don't know. But you got to disclose to them, you should consult with a tax professional in regards of receiving this rebate, because you may have to pay taxes on it. And if you have any advertisements that are offering rebates, you have to also disclose there the purchaser's obligation to pay any taxes for receiving that rebate. Okay. Now here's a simplified explanation of everything that was highlighted here. I wrote, when offering a rebate to a buyer of a primary residence, there must be an agreement in writing from the onset of the relationship that you're offering a rebate and how much the rebate will be. The rebate must be in the form of a credit or check at closing that is a direct deduction from the commission before it is paid to the brokerage at closing. The rebate agreement must advise the buyer to consult a tax professional about getting that rebate. And this could be included in a buyer's agency agreement or brokerage service agreement, that rebate that you're being offering. Okay. I'm just going to open me up a new blank document here. Close this. There's that page 3. That was on page 4, right? Yes, page 4. All right. Activities, unlicensed assistants, what they can and what they cannot do. If you have somebody that's helping you out. Unlicensed assistants or secretaries may not show property without the agent being there as well. I mean, they can accompany you, but you can't send them out, an unlicensed person, to show properties because you're too lazy to. Answer any questions about listed property whatsoever. That's why if you ever call a real estate brokerage and they pick up and you ask them if the property's still available or how much is it or how many bedrooms and bathrooms or whatever, any other questions, they can't answer them. It's probably because they don't have a real estate license. So they'll be asking you, they'll give you the runaround. They'll ask you what your name and phone number is in case we get disconnected, and then they'll transfer you to an agent or they'll have an agent call you back. Okay. It's because that person answering the phone didn't have a license. They're just saying, it's a wonderful day at ABC Realty. How may I help you? Is this property available? What's your name? What's your number? What's the name of your firstborn? But I can't answer any questions about this property because I don't have a real estate license. Okay. That's basically all they could do. Now, make cold calls. An unlicensed assistant, they may not make cold calls trying to prospect for business. They cannot discuss or explain a contract with anybody outside the brokerage firm. They cannot make telephone calls for rent collection. You need a real estate license to do that. And except when accompanying a licensee, attend open houses, promotional booths, or distribute promotional materials, or attend a home inspection. They could be there with the licensee, but you cannot send them there in your place. And an unlicensed assistant or secretary, what can they do then? Well, they could answer phones and forward calls. They could process and submit listings and changes to the multiple listing system because all they're doing is data entry from the paperwork that you provided and had the owners sign off on. You could have them just do the data entry on that. Place signs on properties or pick up keys or deliver documents. Now, previously here, I had you underline that they cannot discuss or explain a contract with somebody outside the brokerage firm, but they could deliver documents. So I know of a question that's on a state exam that goes something like this. Okay, are you prepared? Are you paying attention? I'm going to want an answer from you. It says, on their way to present an offer, a listing agent or a real estate licensee and their unlicensed assistant get into a horrific car accident. The real estate licensee is rushed to the hospital. What should the unlicensed assistant do? Deliver the contract, return it back to the broker, or there's two other nonsense answers that they give. Out of those two answer options I gave you, what should they do?
Return it back to the broker.
Why?
To deliver documents, but they can't discuss the contract, so why would they?
What were they on their way to do?
That's what I forgot.
Present the offer. And presenting an offer is explaining that contract.
Oh, yeah, so they can't do it.
So they can't do it. You're right that they can't do it, but why? I want you guys to understand the reasoning as to the why part. They can't do it because they need to explain the contract. When you're presenting an offer, you're presenting it, you're talking, you're explaining the offer, the terms, and an unlicensed assistant, all they could do is deliver the documents. So what they can do, take the papers, throw them in your face, be like, late, I can't talk to you about it. Bye, take care, sayonara. No, that doesn't make sense to do that. Well, who's this from? How much is it for? What's the, Sorry, can't talk to you about it. It doesn't make sense. They're better off bringing it back to the broker, let the broker then go present it. Even though the exam question didn't get that, the answer option didn't get that deep into it, you have to assume that part, you know. That's just putting the element of common sense out of your head into that answer to get you that right one. Okay. Now, scheduling appointments for showing listed properties, they could do that. Setting up files and tracking and securing documents. Yeah, secretarial work, you know. Only under the direction of a licensee can they have copies of keys made for company listings. Write and place advertisements. They need to be reviewed first because that unlicensed person doesn't know, you know, what you're allowed to or what you're not allowed to say in an ad. So that should be reviewed first by the licensee who took a class that knows what they're allowed to and can't say, what can be deemed discriminatory or not, you know. Type contract forms, order items or inspections, and prepare flyers and promotional materials. All that needs to be reviewed. They could do that, but only under the supervision of a licensee who then has to review it first. Keep records of and deposit earnest money and security deposits and rent. Follow up on loan applications and compute commission checks. Yeah, brokers have back office secretaries all the time that are preparing the commission checks for the agents, and then the broker reviews them and and then signs them. This is just some more of the same thing. It's just another slide saying it in a little different way, has a little more information, has some PDF document here from the Real Estate Commission. Basically, it says the same stuff here. It's just in color coded. And it says, you know, the same thing that I had on the previous slide. Okay. And what did this guy do? Unlicensed assistants cannot do this. Apparently, allowing unaccompanied access to a property without a licensee present has consequences. So this guy in this situation here, you have to read the final order of determination to see what was really going on here. I never did that. So I'm not exactly sure what is exactly the situation that's going on here with this guy here, but I do know that he was under contract with somebody. He was representing a buyer. They were going to do their final walkthrough before the closing. And he gave access to that buyer who's not yet the owner. They still didn't close yet, even though they're doing the final walkthrough of the property. He left that person there with the keys or gave them the keys to go there and the alarm code, whatever. But the person's not the owner yet. You can't do that. So he got in trouble for giving an unlicensed person access to a property and leaving them alone there in someone else's property for whatever reason. Okay, you cannot do that. If you can't give somebody else the keys to go see the house themselves. You can't give somebody else an alarm code or anything like that. Even if they're about to close tomorrow on the purchasing of the property, they don't own it yet. You can't do that. You're going to get in trouble like this guy. So what did he do? He got his license on probation for 1 year. Within 6 months of the issuance of this order, he's also required to complete 6 hours of CE, continuing education, in the area of ethics and agency, and will not count towards his CE for a license renewal. And he got a $3,250 fine. I guess that may have been his commission on that. Perhaps, I don't know. Is it worth it? Is the juice worth the squeeze? No. Do what you're supposed to. Do it the right way. All right. What are the requirements for you to get your real estate license? Once again, you probably went over all this before you ever signed up for the class, right? Right. I know we already went over it this morning. Got to be 18 years of age or older. Have a high school education or a GED, the equivalency of one. Furnish evidence of good moral character. How do you do that? Well, you don't lie about having a high school diploma to start, right? Or your age. Successfully complete a 75-hour pre-licensing course. Disclose social security number for child support enforcement purposes and other reasonings. Provide documentation of citizenship or legal residence in the United States. Just kidding. We're in New Jersey. New Jersey is a super liberal state that this governor and the last want to wave a magic wand and issue it and call itself a sanctuary state, whatever that means. Sanctuary means that we ignore the laws of the land. Okay, no governor could do that. That says we ignore federal law and there's nothing you can do about it. Because if the feds want to, they just send law enforcement like ICE into areas and they enforce it, right? So even though our New Jersey legislators passed a law that contradicts federal law, they passed this law, NJS 2455. It allows undocumented immigrants to obtain a professional license. So even if you're here illegally in the United States, New Jersey will allow you to get a real estate license, a nursing license, any beauty salon license, whatever, any kind of professional license. You could become a doctor, a lawyer. You could get any of those professional licenses here in New Jersey because our legislation in New Jersey passed these laws. Okay. Now, that's not going to prevent federal law enforcement agencies from enforcing the laws, but they'll allow you to work here in New Jersey under this statutes. Okay. So you could pass, you have to pass a state exam, get fingerprinted, and then get sponsored by a broker to activate that license. All right. And then remember that you can only pay for that license. You got to send in the broker's check or money order made out to the state treasurer of New Jersey to activate your license. Okay. Those are the requirements to get licensed here in New Jersey. Okay. What else we got? So this is basically it on page 5. It says all of that. That gives the whole run through of all that. One thing they forgot to add on this list is fingerprinting. So you may want to add that somewhere there on that list there on page 5. License qualifications, fingerprinting, add that there. They missed it somehow. All right. Okay. So sections, so page 5. Just updating some notes that I gotta send to the book manufacturer here. Okay. Qualifications for a broker's license. Be 18 years of age or older. Wait, how old do you need to be to get a salesperson license?
18.
All right. So what's up with this? It says 18 for a broker's license or broker salesperson license. Well, that's because there's an exception to the rule. And anytime there's an exception to the rule, always follow the exception rather than the rule. Okay. That's the way state exams work. Okay. If there's, something that may seem right, like I told you guys, you need to be a salesperson for 3 years full time as a licensed salesperson in order to get a broker's license. But there is an exception to that for veterans with service connected wounds or disabilities. They could they get a waiver for that 3 year full time experience requirement. And right after they get their salesperson's license, they could immediately go and take a broker's class. Okay. They don't have to obey that 3 year full time experience requirement. Otherwise, for everybody else, it's 21, right? You got to be 21 to get your broker's license. 18 to get your license and then serve 3 years full time. That's 21, right? Prove a high school education or its equivalent to get that GED. Furnish evidence of good moral character. Serve 3 years full time as a licensed salesperson. Successfully complete a 150-hour pre-licensing course. There are 3 modules for the broker's class, 2 30-hour classes, one in ethics and agency law and one in office management. And then there's the 90-hour core topics class in order to get your broker's license. There's you have to also disclose your social security number again for child support enforcement purposes. Provide documentation. Well, once again, you don't need to provide documentation of citizenship because New Jersey passed S2455, allowing undocumented immigrants to obtain professional licenses. Fingerprinting, you still need to get fingerprinted once again and pass a state exam. Okay. That's what's required to get your broker or broker salesperson's license. Okay. So we can write those notes in our book on page 5 here. I think I already started doing something like this. Give me 1 second here. I'll put it back on screen in just a moment. Just minimizing some of these windows I got open here. Let's see. All right. Give me 1 second. I'm going to pause this just for a moment. It's recording. So there's that exception for honorably discharged veterans with service-connected wounds or disabilities that they could immediately go to get their broker's license and still be 18 years of age. Okay, so if you get a question on exam that asks you how old you need to be to get your broker's license, the answer is 18. Because remember I told you follow the exception rather than the rule. And there's an exception for honorably discharged veterans with service-connected wounds or disabilities here, right? So you follow that exception. Even though for most people it's 21, the correct answer on exam will be 18 because there's an exception to the rule. And you always have to follow the exception rather than the rule. You guys getting that?
Yeah.
Okay. Um, Right away, let me throw out the afternoon attendance poll, after lunch attendance poll here. I know we lost one guy already, cut out early for the day. All right, so license exceptions for veterans. There's a 3-year full-time experience requirement for brokers or broker salesperson license. Could be waived for honorably discharged veterans with service-connected wounds or disabilities, and their licensing and testing fees are also waived for them. There is an education requirement, exceptions for education requirements could be for licensed brokers from another state. Someone previously licensed as a New Jersey broker, not a salesperson, within the last 5 years. If they let their license expire, they could renew, they could get their license back, but as a salesperson within the next 5 years. Someone who has taken a equivalent real estate courses in college, meaning that you majored in real estate. New Jersey attorneys, they get an exemption from the education requirement, but not for the 3-year full-time experience requirement as salespersons in order to become a broker. Certain applicants who took equivalent pre-licensing courses in college, meaning they majored in real estate. And New Jersey does not have reciprocity with any other state. That's usually an exam question, meaning that if you're licensed in another state, you can't just come to New Jersey and boom, New Jersey gives you the license. They give you a waiver for the education requirement, but you still need to take the exam to get licensed here. Okay, that's what that is. So New Jersey has no reciprocity. Reciprocity just means when you go to another state and you got licensed, that they just give it to you because you got a license in the other place. But New Jersey doesn't have that. You know, New York does with Pennsylvania. You got a New York license, you go to Pennsylvania, they just give you the license. Okay. New Jersey doesn't have that kind of cooperation with any other state. All right, so exceptions. The experience requirement for a broker or broker salesperson's license can be waived once again for that. We're highlighting this now in our book on page 5 for the honorably discharged war veterans with service-connected wounds or disabilities, and their licensing and renewal fees are also waived. And the commission could also agree to waive certain education requirements. Okay, let's put down here for attorneys, they still need to be take the exam. And we learned about this earlier. Nobody's going to be given the license if they have any convictions, felony convictions, or they're within the preceding 5 years. Forgery, burglary, robbery, shoplifting, criminal conspiracy to defraud, or any other like offense. Okay, now that wording doesn't make much sense, does it? Other than shoplifting, criminal conspiracy, or any like offense. Why do they use that wording? I am not sure, but I did look it up, and I could show you on our new class links thing here that if we take a look at the wrong spot. Reasons for disqualification. Salesperson license and disqualification preceding 5 years or any other like offense. The statute creates a mandatory 5-year ban for certain convictions, including criminal conspiracy to defraud, and it also prohibits licensure for individuals involved in such offenses through business entities they control. So where was it? What is full time? I thought I had a further write up in here about what's the deal with that, or shoplifting or other like expense. Well, it's basically assumed that, you created these crimes. Wait, where is it? Here's why documentation, citizenship. I think I had a bigger explanation in there, and I may have just pulled it out because it was getting too confusing and too wordy. Or I may still have it in here just towards the beginning. No, I think I pulled it out. Okay, no big deal. Just trying to find the spot where we were at. And on page 6, this continues. New Jersey does not recognize licenses issued in any other state. There's no reciprocity. Now, this is something interesting here above. So this is continuing. It says on license applicants with certain criminal convictions, licensees convicted of certain offenses and licensees indicted for certain crimes, respectively, explicitly reference offenses that qualify the defendant for registration under the New Jersey sex offenders registration law or similar law in another state or jurisdiction. A new provision was added that no provisions in the license law supersede the provisions of the Rehabilitated Convicted Offenders Act with regards to 4515-12-1. Contact New Jersey Real Estate Commission with any questions. So they're basically saying, can somebody who has been rehabilitated qualify for getting their real estate license? And the answer is yes. But if they're currently on any lifetime requirements for sex offender registration, I would assume not. I would hope not. But New Jersey made a lot of weird changes to the laws pertaining to criminal history and using criminal history. I know in the real estate business, can you refuse to rent to somebody because they have a criminal history?
You're
How
not,
about you? If you're a landlord, okay, you own a two-family house. Uh, can you refuse to rent to somebody because of their criminal history?
I believe you can, because certain developments do.
Can you, as a landlord, can you do a criminal history background check on your tenants?
Yes. Right?
Oh, I got you questioning yourself now. It makes sense to, right? I
Yeah,
mean,
I thought you would.
wouldn't you want to know who you're renting to in your house, who you're going to have
Yeah.
living in your house, right?
Yeah.
Well, New Jersey politicians are doing some wacky things. I told you this is a very liberal state, New Jersey, that we're in. And we've come up with some nonsensical laws that don't make sense. Doesn't matter what your race is, everybody should think about it in this regard about the safety of their family. I should do a criminal background check, right? Well, they turned it into a race issue somehow. I know. What does your criminal history have to do with race, right? Well, this is the way politicians have been twisting it to change laws and to put these different rules in effect. They relate it to race. So we're going to see in chapter 4 when we start talking about chapter 4 is all about discrimination and anti-discriminatory laws and such. We're going to get into the weeds of this, that some states like New Jersey, the politicians actually uh, twisted it a bit. They took when President Obama was president, he actually appointed somebody within HUD to create a report by doing a head count in prisons of how many people are in prison, and then just segregating them based on their race. Now, why would somebody want a report like that? What's the purpose of such a report? Just knowing how many people are in prison based on their race. Well, now what they do is now they separate them by race and they say, wait, there's not an equal number of people of this race versus this race in prison. So therefore, this is taking a huge leap in conclusion, which is not very scientifical, said, therefore, if there's not an equal number of these people versus these people in prison, the criminal justice system must be inherently racist. And therefore, if you rely on any criminal background checks on people, you're relying on a racist system. So therefore, if you are not renting to somebody because of their criminal history, that by extension somehow makes you racist. It doesn't make sense, right? But that's how the politicians actually are passing these wacky laws here in New Jersey. And if you want to do a criminal background check on somebody, you have to first offer to rent to them and then say the rental is subject to a criminal background check. And then even if you do a criminal background check, you still have to rent to them, except under certain extreme circumstances that you really need to have a law degree to figure out who you don't have to rent to, who you can deny without discriminating against people with criminal histories. it's the webs we weave. You'll see about it in chapter 4. We'll get into that, but it gets needlessly confusing, a simple topic about people criminal history, how they try to twist it into these things that it's not. Okay, so what is a full time? Because you need to work full time as a salesperson for 3 years in order to get your real estate broker's license, right? You got to be a 3-year full-time salesperson in order to get your broker's license. Well, there's 2 definitions for full-time, and I got them both on this slide if you want to snap a picture of them. Otherwise, one definition is on page 6 and another definition is on page 16, and you need to know them both. So to become a broker, what is full-time? It means you work approximately 40 hours per week between the hours of approximately 10 a.m. and 8 p.m. and not have another job more than 25 hours per week. I mean, some people have 2-3 jobs these days, but you have to, that's the very specific answer you need to know for exam. So you'll need to study it. That's on page 6. Don't worry, on the next slide, I'll show you the highlights of it. And then full-time for supervising licensees. If you already have a broker salesperson's license, what is full-time? What is considered full-time for you? Well, physically present in the office at least 5 days a week during normal business hours, whatever they may be, and not otherwise employed. So you don't have another job. Why? Because you're supposed to be in the office supervising. All right, so page 6 and page 16, these are the highlights you should do. Once you get them, let me know. I could change the slide.
Got it.
Okay. All right. So what the heck is that? Center layout. All right. So now, there we go. Additional licensing issues. You may want to snap a screenshot of this slide right here. It's got a lot of information, probably quite a few exam questions on it too. Some stuff we gone over already, some not yet. Like required experience for broker's license. How long do you got to be a full-time salesperson for? 3 years, right? There's a time limit on the application for a salesperson. A year is a year is a year from the day that you pass the school exam and complete your education requirement to get your real estate license. If you don't live in New Jersey, if you're a non-resident, you could still get a license here in New Jersey, but you just need to agree to sign an irrevocable consent to service of process. What is that? It means you have to agree to come back to hear charges that may ever be filed against you in court in New Jersey. So they don't have to chase you all over the country, wherever state you live in, to file charges against you if that ever should happen. Licensees must notify the real estate commission within 30 days of any arrest, indictment, or being charged with a crime. And if you move, you have to notify the real estate commission within 30 days that you're moved, so that they can update your information. Just like with your driver's license, you know how you're supposed to update it within 30 days if you move. You're supposed to change it on your driver's license as well, even though a lot of people don't do that, even though they're supposed to. Corporations can be granted a real estate license only if one of its officers holds a broker's license, and then they'll become the broker of record for that corporation. State exam fees, they're paid directly to the testing company called PSI, not to the school. So that's why we can't include state exam in the fee of the education charge. So it's $38 for salespersons for each attempt at the state exam. If your broker dies, here's one we didn't go over yet. If your broker dies or loses mental capacity, who can take over for your broker? Like if they get Alzheimer's, dementia, they go insane, or they die, who could take over for your broker? Or does the brokerage need to shut down? Well, to prevent brokerages from having to shut down when somebody dies in that position, the owners of the company or the heirs of it, they could allow someone else with a broker's license to step right in and take over running the brokerage. But what if there's nobody there with a broker or broker salesperson's license that could slip into that position? Well, the next best thing is any salesperson who meets the requirements to go take the broker's classes. They're there, they've been working 3 years full time. They could apply within 30 days to the real estate commission to get a temporary broker's license for 1 year. And in that year time frame, they have to go take the classes to get their broker's license and pass the exam to meet the requirements and make it legit. Okay. So that is often an exam question too. If you fail to renew your license, it becomes inactive, right? When does everybody need to renew their license by?
June 30th.
June 30th of every June 30th
Of the odd year.
of the odd year. So June 30th, odd number years. If you don't renew your license, it becomes inactive, but you could always reactivate it um, simply by paying that additional fee and meeting completing your CE and all that. But you could reactivate it within the next licensing term, which is 2 years. After that, you lose it. It becomes void. You could always transfer your license to another brokerage firm. You don't like where you're at, or you want to move at any time. It's your license. You could be at a brokerage for one day and be like, oh, shoot, I don't like it here. I'm moving. But you're going to have to pay a $25 transfer fee or reissuance of license in another brokerage's name fee. Okay. That's basically what that is. It's $25 to transfer your license. Okay, for your convenience, I also have a license fee chart here, the link to the license fee chart on the Real Estate Commission's website. All right. Additional issues here on page 6. Let's get all those highlights down, and then we'll move on to the next slide. And in the coming slides, we'll go over each and every one of those.
Got it.
Everybody got it, or anybody still writing? Okay. Take your silence as a yes. All right, so your continuing education requirement for license renewal. We already went over this in detail. This is just some notes on page 7 where you could highlight will subject licensee to a processing fee of $200. So I wrote in here late CE completion and put a little arrow to that. Late CE completion will subject the licensee to a processing fee of $200. Course should be completed on or before April 30th of the renewal year. Over here, make sure you write 2 hours of other core topics, because that has changed since they added 1 hour of agency requirement, which is new. And so where it says you're required for 2 hours of ethics, 1 of fair housing and discrimination, put a little arrow here and write 1 hour of agency was added as another required core topic. So then that would leave 2 hours instead of 3 hours of other core topics. Okay. Still writing? Guys still taking your notes there? Still writing? Or are you done?
I'm done.
Done.
Okay. All right, so page 7, failure to renew. If a broker or salesperson fails to renew their license for the coming licensing period, their licensing once again becomes inactive. And a little note here, you don't need to write that. This is just for information purposes and more for brokers than salespeople. So you guys don't really need to write this note here. If you want to, you can, but you don't need to write that. The cost for the initial license is $160, and for salesperson and referral agents, for brokers and broker salespeople, it's $270. And to renew the license, it's $100 for salesperson and referral agents, and $200 for brokers and broker salespeople. All right. Here's some additional licensing issues. Once again, you got to notify the real estate commission within 30 days of any arrest, indictment, or being charged with a crime. It's just some more examples I give you of people getting caught. If you want to change your license status from salesperson to referral agent, you could do that at any time by going to recbrokers.nj.gov. There's a $50 fee to change the license status and a $25 fee to transfer it to the referral agency or out of the referral agency. Once again, you could find all the fees on the Real Estate Commission's rec fee page. Now, if your name is spelled wrong, or if you need to change your name because of a marriage or divorce, the Real Estate Commission does not correct names. They change them only. And there's a $50 fee to change your name. So CE is required to change, CE required to change license type back from a referral agent to a active salesperson or broker salesperson or what have you. We already went over that guide that shows you how many hours of CE you would need to take depending on if you initially got your license as a referral agent or a salesperson and then switched it. Remember that earlier? So once again, here's just the link to that PDF document that shows that. Licensing procedures. You have to, once again, we've gone over this quite a few times already. You got to successfully complete this 75-hour pre-licensing course to pass the state license exam and pass the state license exam. You have to submit the score report, the paperwork showing that you passed the PSI exam, signed by your sponsoring broker, and you have to check off either which license type that you want, salesperson or referral agent, or salesperson licensed with a real estate referral company. You have to get fingerprinted and submit to a criminal background check by paying that $50, and the Real Estate Commission will do the background check on you automatically. With licensing fee in the form of a certified check, cashier's check, broker's check, or money order for $160 payable to the State Treasurer of New Jersey. Salesperson's exam, let me see, you have to make an appointment. You got to bring 2 forms of valid ID, at least 1 U.S. government issued photo ID. Yeah. So the exam, you could schedule at psiexams.com/njre. They give you 4 hours to complete the exam. It is a timed exam. Same thing like the school exam is 4 hours as well. And just like the school exam, the passing grade is 70%. So out of 110 questions, can't get more than 33 wrong. 33 wrong is passing with a 70. You could begin working as soon as your name is then processed, your paperwork's processed, and your name is posted in the Real Estate Commission licensing database. Now, I have a couple links here, domain names that I pointed to this one. This is the actual Real Estate Commission page here. It's got dashes, uppercase, lowercase letters, underscores, and it is case sensitive. So I created a easier way to get to it. I bought a domain name and I just pointed it to the Real Estate Commission's database page. They're njreclicense.com or njrealestatelicenssearch.com. Will take you directly there. And let me click on it and show you where it takes you. Takes you here, where you could search for people by their license type, by their name, by their license number. Let me show you mine. I could put in my last name here, Kaminsky, comma, V. Here, let me put in the full name, Victor, so we can limit the options a little bit. And boom, there you go. It pulled up my stuff directly. So the reference number is actually your license number. I don't know why they refer to it as a reference number, but that's your license number. So this is my real estate license number for my broker's license, okay? And now I have two brokerages, a regular brokerage and a referral agency here. And so the EMP, that stands for employer reference number. That's the license number for this brokerage, and this is the license number for this company, this brokerage. So each brokerage has to have its own license, right? And then the broker has their license. So that's what's going on there. So once your name is showing in that database, now you could start working. But you need to print out a copy of your pocket card, your license. There's a pocket card version of your license. Your broker will have maybe hanging in their office your real estate license, but there will be a pocket card version of your license as well, that you need to carry with you at all times that you're conducting business. Okay. So as you can see here, did we move back to the slideshow? What are you guys seeing, the slideshow or the website right now?
Slideshow.
Oh, okay, good. All right. So here's the pocket card. You could print it here by going to this website or this link that I made, tinyurl.com/pocket license will take you directly to the page that you need to print your pocket card from, or you can have your broker do it for you. All right, and this is what it looks like. So here's a copy of my real estate license. It shows you what brokerage, so the license reference number, that's my license with my name. When it expires, June 30th of 2027. So it shows you that it's been renewed, and everybody's license renews odd number of years there. And here's the reference number for my brokerage, this brokerage that I own. And see, it says here, this card must be carried with the licensee whenever engaging in brokerage activity. Okay. And then it shows you the date that you printed it. That's why it says information accurate of that as of that date, because that's the date when you printed it. All right. Here are the testing locations where you could go take your state exam. You can see that on page 9 in the book. These are all PSI's New Jersey locations. They're in all 50 states, but here's the locations in New Jersey. Or you could take it online. Okay, candidates should now if you take it online, you're gonna have to take your you're gonna have to get your driver's license and or whatever ID and put it up to the camera so that it could scan it nice and clearly and be able to read it. Otherwise, you got to take it with you to the testing center. You have to have two forms of ID, at least one with a government issued photo ID. The primary identification with the photo may be one of the following state issued driver's licenses, a U.S. government issued passport, U.S. government issued military ID card, U.S. government issued alien registration card, a Canadian government issued ID. There's also a bunch of other ones. You could just go to their website, it'll show you. The ID must contain the candidate's photo and be a valid and unexpired. Isn't that racist? That's what the claims are when it comes to voting, requiring voter ID, which they're trying to pass right now, which only shores up the integrity of our election system. I don't know why anybody would be against that. The secondary ID may be one of the following: a signed credit card, as an ID, Social Security card, or United States issued birth certificate with the raised seal. Student IDs and employment IDs are not acceptable forms of ID. And strangely enough, with all the background checks that New Jersey puts you through to get a firearms ID, and they do sheriff's background checks, your municipality does background checks. It's crazy all the checks you got to go through. They don't accept it as a valid ID. It's even got your fingerprint on it. Go figure. Okay, so page 8 and 9 will show you the same thing for that's Identigo for the what kind of IDs are required for getting the fingerprinting done. So you need IDs for fingerprinting and you need IDs for taking your exam. Look at that. How racist of them. So one has to be, once again, a valid U.S. government issued photo ID, driver's license, only a U.S. issued passport. They don't accept firearms IDs either, or a Canadian government issued photo ID. I think they accept other IDs as well, depending on where you were born and all that. So you gotta check here, follow the workflow from Identigo. If you click on this link, it has the code in there for the specific agency, because this company does fingerprinting for teachers, for nurses, for anybody that requires fingerprinting and background checks for their jobs. So this is the one for the real estate. Okay. And you need to print out this form and take it with you to fingerprinting. Here's a link to the form on the Real Estate Commission's website. Okay, the guarantee fund will absolutely, positively be on exams. So here, let's just do the highlights of these specific things that I've highlighted here on page 10. And then we'll move on to the next slide, which will talk about this in a little more detail. Let me know when you guys got that.
Got it.
Everybody got it, or anybody still highlighting? Okay. So here's the guarantee fund details. What is the purpose of the guarantee fund? The purpose of the guarantee fund is to reimburse members of the public who have been wronged or robbed, who suffer a monetary loss due to wrongdoing in a real estate transaction by a licensed broker or one of their licensed or unlicensed employees of a broker. Let me just make sure of something here. I want to make sure I have the latest version here. Look at that. No, I don't. I know the wording's a little bit different in the newer version here. So let me update that right now. I know I have a screenshot.
Have them.
Okay, guys. So this is I just updated the latest screenshot. I just took a picture and uploaded it and downloaded it and then added it to the slideshow here in that time, so that you guys have the latest screenshot here with the latest explanation here, which is a little bit better because it offers a little more insight into what the purpose of the guarantee fund is. So the guarantee fund was established to reimburse members of the public who suffer a monetary loss due to wrongdoing, such as embezzlement, conversion, or unlawfully obtaining of money or property in a real estate transaction by a licensed broker, salesperson, or an unlicensed employee of the broker. Okay. And then they could collect in no other way. The party must first obtain a court judgment naming the real estate commission as party to the suit so they're aware something is going on. And if the party suffering the loss is unable to collect on that judgment, because it's one thing to get a judge to say you owe that person money, it's another thing entirely to be able to collect on it, right? So if they're unable to collect on it, they could apply any time within 6 years to the real estate guarantee fund for payment. But a criminal complaint must also be filed against the offending party. No spouse of a licensee can bring action against a licensee just to make a claim against the guarantee fund. And at time of initial issuance of license, that's when you pay $10. Salespeople and referral agents contribute $10 to the guarantee fund, and brokers and broker salespersons, when you get to your broker or broker salesperson license, you got to contribute another $20 to the guarantee fund, which is maintained by the state treasurer and administered by the commission. Maximum payment for a single claim is $20,000 per offense. So I hope they didn't give you more than $20,000 of a deposit or down payment. If there's not enough money in that fund to pay all the claims against it, the real estate commission may assess licensees an additional amount at the time of license renewal. Now, I've been licensed since 2004. That's never happened since I've been licensed. Okay. Think of it as a giant slush fund. You're just waiting for politicians to rob it. Once the fund pays a claim against a broker or salesperson, that person's license is revoked. So what happens to your license if there's a payout from the guarantee fund?
It's revoked.
It's revoked. That sounds like it could be an exam question. Actually, there could be a couple exam questions from this. How much do you pay into the guarantee fund and when as a salesperson?
To obtain your license, $10, and then for the broker is $20.
And when? At the time you get your license, right?
When you get your license.
Yeah. And what's the purpose of the guarantee fund? To reimburse those who have been robbed, basically, of their money by the broker, any of their licensed or unlicensed assistants. And what's the maximum payout from the guarantee fund?
$20,000.
20,000, 20 large, right? All right. Now, can you ever get your license again in the future if there's a payout from the guarantee fund? Sure, maybe years down the road, because not right now, because you just robbed somebody and you refused to pay them. They had to take you to court. They had to get a court judgment against you. They filed criminal charges against you, right? There was a lot going on before that payout was done. So at this point, no, you can't just be like, oh, my bad. Here's your money back. Can I keep my license? Okay, it doesn't work like that. So you'll have to wait till at least 5 years down the road, and then you could apply for your license again. But first, the real estate commission is going to look into it. Okay, there was a payout from the guarantee fund. Was that ever paid back? If not, it needs to be paid back first with interest, and then we'll consider it. That's how that works. That's what that statement there means.
The person who committed, like who had a judgment against them, will then have to pay the guarantee fund back with interest.
Correct. So basically, if you were working at that brokerage firm and you stole somebody's money, they gave you deposit money, and you took that money, said, you know what? I'm feeling lucky. I'm going to Parks Casino or Atlantic City or whatever, and you're going to try to double it, and you lose your shirt, you lose all the money, right? You stole it. That wasn't your money to play with. You could get your license taken away for that, and if you do, before you could get your license back, you need to pay all that money back plus interest. So if you didn't pay it back right away and years later you try to get your license again, well, first thing the real estate commission is going to do is they're going to look in to see if you paid it back. If not, you're going to have to pay it back now. Plus, they'll calculate what the interest on that is, and you need to pay that as well.
And when you say get it back in 5 years, that means like going through this whole process again with the school exam.
Yeah. Yeah, because your license was revoked because you robbed somebody. So don't rob nobody. You won't have an issue.
For certain.
Right. All right. Oops. All right. So I basically have all that broken down with my explanations, like I've explained it as well, just on the next slide here. Okay. All right, so the guarantee fund, once there is a payout, the licensee's license is revoked. It's possible to get a license back in the future, only if that fund is reimbursed with interest, most likely years later, at least 5, if they show remorse. If you don't show remorse for it, for your crime and what you did, you realize that you did something stupid, and now you found Jesus and all's well in your life, and you're remorseful. If you don't show remorse, they're going to be like, why are we going to give you a license back so that you do it again? You're still acting like a criminal, So in this case, look at this guy. He's a real estate broker. And they determined that he had unworthiness, bad faith, dishonesty. His broker license was revoked, and he shall be ineligible for a reinstatement of his license until he satisfies the judgment in full, including reimbursement of the guarantee fund with interest. So it does happen. This was in 2020 that happened for this guy, Leon Kabartis. Okay. All right. So rental referral agencies. Well, what the hell is a rental referral agency? Real estate brokers can rent properties, right? Real estate agents, you could rent properties, right? So what's a rental referral agency? Well, they deal only with rentals. Okay, so what's the problem? Any real estate agent can deal with renters. Well, most real estate agents only deal with rentals of either commercial property or residential property. Residential properties, we usually only deal with 1 to 4 families, or 5, 6 families, small apartment buildings, but usually larger complexes, apartment complexes and high rises and stuff like that, they usually have their own rental offices, don't they? So in rental referral agencies, what they do is they'll have their own they'll have their own referral office. Their rental office that you could go to. But you could have a rental referral agency that reaches out to the owners of these big buildings and complexes. One example of this is a company called BestRentNJ.com. Listen, there's a couple of these companies. There's not a lot of them, but there's a couple of them around that specialize only in these types of rentals where they reach out to the owners of large apartment complexes and high rises and such. And they say, listen, we have a high traffic website. We're going to put together beautiful pictures of your building, explanations of its features and photographs, high quality photographs and all that. And if we get a renter to rent one of your units, would you agree to pay us a referral fee? Our commission, right? Now, they may say yes, and then they enter into these agreements, a written agreement about it. So every person working in a rental referral agency who for a fee refers prospective tenants to rental units is required to have a real estate license and to enter into a written contract with each prospective tenant and landlord owner of the apartment complex. Okay. I usually don't mention names of real estate companies, but there's very few of these. And, I can't remember the names of most of them. This is one that's always in my face around here. I'm always driving past it. BestRentNJ.com. Okay. That's all they do. They don't deal in sales. They only deal with rentals of these large apartment complexes. Okay. And that's their thing. That's what they do. And they put together a website where they have, let me show you. They put together a website where you could search all the different apartment complexes that they have agreements with. Looks like they have agreements with 85 New Jersey apartment communities, okay, where they have agreements with the owners. The owners may even allow them to put signs on their properties. And looks like a lot of these ones are brand new that they're dealing with. But they do have older units too. Let's see. Let's pick on one in Edison that may be older. Here we go. Edison Village. That's an older one. Let's click on that one. And you see they have nice high quality photographs of the complex, the recreation center they got there, one of their nicely done units. They've got listing of the different units by their square footage. They even have floor plans. Like if you were to click on one of these and go into it, they'll show you the layout of the apartment with floor plans and such. So people find this useful for looking for an apartment search. But these prices on some of these, wow. And so if they agree to rent one of these, now you go down, they show you the apartment features, community amenities, what's nearby, and they even got a map here where you can see other complexes and other things that are nearby in the area, food eateries, schools, transportation, yada, yada, yada. All right, so they put together like a page customizing it just for your apartment complex. So if we bring you a renter, would you agree to pay us a referral fee? And often the building owners say yes, and then they put this page together for them, and they try to get them renters. That's what a rental referral agency is. Most real estate agents, they don't do that. They just deal directly with like 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5, 6, or small apartment buildings, not these huge complexes that have their own rental offices. But they can, like some that specialize in it. So no property can be offered or commission earned without the owner's written consent. So they need to have it in writing that they're offering to be allowing you to offer their property and market their property for sale or for rent. You can't just put somebody's property up for sale or rent without the owner's permission. Make sense? Now, the availability of properties needs to be updated, though, because the landlord of these apartment complexes, they could rent out these units themselves. So the real estate licensee needs to check with them to make sure that it's being up, that they got the units available. So advertised properties have to be checked every day. If you don't have it advertised, but you do have a listing for in-house to show to renters that come to you, you need to check with the owner every 3 days to see if one of those units are available. Advanced fees of $25 or more, they need to be deposited into an escrow or trust account. So if that tenant or prospective tenant gives them any advanced fees, they got to put it in the escrow account. It's a bank account where we temporarily hold on to clients' money, and only clients' money in that bank account. Most brokerages have two separate bank accounts, a escrow account, also referred to as a trust account sometimes, and their operating account for paying their bills, their agents' commissions, etc. So let's do the highlights on this now. Let me know when you got that.
Got it.
All righty. Now, here's something. I know this is not in the book right here, but we're gonna talk about it anyway. Um, we're gonna come across right of rescission. And first of all, what is rescission? Rescission is a word that means it's your right to cancel a contract within a given period of time. It could be for a reason or no reason at all. Um, there are various rescission periods peppered throughout this book that we need to know about. So I created this slide for you. You may want to take a screenshot of it. It's nowhere in the book like this, where I put all the different rescission periods together that you could study in one place. Okay. So the rescission period for sales contracts. This deals, all of these deal with new construction only, except for the last one, which deals with new construction as well as resale property, resale of existing properties. So there's a 3-day period there for them. That's the attorney review period. Now there's a 7-day right of rescission, technically calendar days, but 7 days, all you need to know, for out-of-state properties marketed to New Jersey residents. So first of all, before any out-of-state property can be marketed to New Jersey residents, the new construction, it has to be registered with the Bureau of Subdivided Land Sales Control before it can be marketed in New Jersey. So that's a bureau within the Real Estate Commission. And then we have 7-day business days for new in-state large developments, 100 lots or more, but not less than 10 units. And they have common area elements like condos and cooperatives have. Once again, this is only for new construction. There's also a 5-day new construction right of rescission for new construction. It could be for a standalone house that's not part of a big complex or anything like that. For the discovery of off-site conditions, that's anything that's not on the subject property that's for sale. That's what an off-site condition is, anything that's not on that property. Maybe something down the street or in the neighborhood. If you want to find out, now, do we as real estate agents have to start driving around trying to figure out any off-site conditions? Because for new construction, it needs to be disclosed to potential buyers, any off-site conditions. Now, that could be like contaminated sites or things of that nature. No, we don't need to do all that. But what you could do is you could go to your city hall in that municipality, to the city clerk's office, and get a list. They hold a list of all off-site conditions, and then you could turn that over to those potential buyers. Okay. Did you ever hear of that one before?
No.
Yeah, most people don't know about it. Surprisingly, most real estate agents don't even know if you ask them. So there's no similar right of rescission for resale properties, but you could uh, find out about it by going to the city clerk's office and asking for that list. Now, these deal with sales contracts. Now, when it comes to the financing, the getting the mortgage loans and such like that, there is a 3-day right of rescission for refinancing property that you already own. So, anybody know what refinancing is? Anybody?
Well, basically, when you rebuying whatever, like I don't even know how to put it into words.
So this
Um,
is for houses that you already own. Refinancing is basically you're going to get a new loan to pay off your
right.
existing loan. Now, why would you want to get a new loan to pay off your existing loan?
Interest rate.
Maybe get a lower interest rate or do a cash out refi so you can take that money out and use it for something else because you're taking out your equity and then using it on something else, right? Um, Equity, that's another term I just threw out there, so I might as well explain it. Equity is the difference between what you owe on a property and what it's worth. So you could gain equity by making payments on the house, so lessening the amount that you owe on it. So it's built in value. You could also gain equity simply by market fluctuations. Market values go up, gaining equity. Or you could do forced improvements on a property, uh, increasing the value on the home and gaining equity. Okay. So you could do that cash out refi to drain that money out. Now, there is no right of rescission for loans used to buy real estate. So there's no right of rescission for purchase money mortgages. What's a purchase money mortgage? Let's read it backwards. Mortgage, money to purchase. So it's any loan used to buy real estate is a purchase money mortgage. There's no right of rescission for that because once you bought it, that loan is yours. You can't take it back. You can't give it back. That money went to pay the realtor's commissions. It went to pay off the seller's balance on their mortgage loan for their house. You're not clawing that money back from all these different sources. So once you sign that dotted line, you bought it. That's basically it. So this is the right of rescission sheet that I put together for you guys for your convenience because this stuff is peppered all throughout the book and sometimes it's not even glaring. So it's something that you could just like glance over and not even catch it. So I put together a slide with this specifically for you to study from because you may get questions on exam about what is the right of rescission for this or that. And here I spelled it out for you. You're welcome. You may want to take a screenshot if you did not yet. Did everybody get a screenshot already, or does anybody still need to do
I did.
it? Okay. Everybody good?
Yes, sir.
Okie doke. Ah, understanding commissions and setting goals. So, how much do real estate agents actually make? Well, you guys may or may not recognize this guy. I don't know. He's from Bravo TV and previously another channel. They had this show called Million Dollar Agent or Millionaire Listing Agent or some kind of crap like that. Anyway, he's been on that show for a long time, and the guy actually spun it into his own brokerage. He eventually opened up in New York City. His name is Ryan Serhant. So he wrote a book here. He's going to talk to you a little bit about that, give his little spiel, but he's going to explain to you how can you set goals and how much do real estate agents actually make? Well, it depends. It depends on what? It depends on the value of the average property that you sell. It depends if you're getting listings or only dealing with buyers or dealing with renters. Remember, there's two sides of a commission. There's the seller side and the buyer side. If you get both ends, you could make twice the money in one transaction, right? Dealing with both the seller and the buyer. But do you get to keep all that money? No, you still got to split it with your broker too, right? So let's have him explain, well, how do you set goals in your real estate careers? Let me make sure I got to pipe this audio through so that you get it and it sounds decent. There we go. And here we go.
I sold over $4 billion worth of real estate over the last couple years. But what does that really mean? How much real estate agents actually make? Hello, all you beautiful people. A few things before we get started. Yes, the book is still strapped to my damn hand. If you could please pre-order Big Money Energy. My new book comes out February 2nd. I wrote it during quarantine. Link is in the caption. And if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. The little thingy right here. Really, really, really important. I love you so much. Like all that, send this to your friends. Most of you probably know me from $1 Million Listing New York on Bravo, a show I've been on for nearly 10 years. And on that show, they show me making money. The show's about selling property, personal life, and all that, but it's always capped by sale price, commission. And people see it, and they're like, whoa, $2 million commission, $600,000 commission. Wow, 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 wow. But it doesn't go into the splits, doesn't go into the taxes, doesn't go into the marketing fees, doesn't go into all the little details that break out that entire commission dollar amount. And so I want to bring some clarity to all of you who might be thinking about getting into this business, because this is the greatest business in the world. And until a house can figure out how to sell itself to another house, there will always be a need for real estate agents. Now, let me state the obvious. New York City real estate is very different from the rest of the world. Our average price point in New York is just over $1 million for maybe a room this exact size. The rule of thumb in New York is you're paying about $1 million a bedroom. Now, obviously, we've sold things that are much, much, much more expensive. We just sold a 3-bedroom for $36 million. And there's also things that are much, much, much less expensive. But on average, that's the way you work. The rest of the United States, the average home sale price is just under $300,000. So commission amounts obviously vary, and you have to sell a lot more in other places to be able to make nearly as much as real estate agents make in New York City. But keep in mind, the splits that real estate agents in New York have with the house, so the main brokerage, are a lot lower than what you'll find in the rest of the country, and for good reason. There are massive expenses in New York. Do you have any idea how much it costs, not just to live in New York City, but how much it costs to operate a business in New York City? It's very, very, very expensive. So for all of you who are not yet in the real estate business and you're thinking about it, but you're nervous because you know there's no salaries and everything is commissioned and you have bills and you have loans, you have life to pay for, I want to walk you through exactly how the numbers work, okay? So let's say you sell something for $1 million. The average commission in the United States, including New York City, is 2.5%. Now, sometimes if you represent both sides of the deal, if you're in a state where you can do that, you could get 5% or 4% or 3%, whatever you negotiate with that seller or whatever you've negotiated with that buyer going into that deal. But more often than not, in the United States, the seller is paying a commission that is pre-negotiated with the seller's agent. The seller's agent then lists that property for sale in the MLS. By the way, in New York, no MLS. I know, it's crazy. And they advertise what the commission percentage is that they are willing to then pay the buyer's agent. So most often, the selling agent goes to the seller and says, we can list it for X amount, so let's say $1 million, and the commission is gonna be 5%. because there's most likely going to be a buyer's agent and we need to pay 2.5 to them and 2.5 to us, and we split it 50-50. So let's say you're bringing the buyer. You bring the buyer and it's an amazing place, well priced, you jump on it, you get it for the $1 million, boom. Commission on $1 million listing would then say $25,000. Now, if you're a brand new agent, most real estate brokerages start their agents on a 50-50 split, meaning for every dollar you bring in, the brokerage gets 50% of that. And again, for good reason. They're helping you, they're training you, they're providing leads a lot of the time. They're giving you all the resources, everything, so that you don't have to come out of pocket. Remember, everyone needs to make a living. And the less the brokerage makes off of you, the less they're gonna help you. So $25,000 then is split in half if that's the split with the brokerage. So that's $12,500, and that goes to you. Now, if there were marketing costs, marketing fees that are taking off the top, maybe you had to get a taxi or some other expense and the brokerage paid it for you so you didn't have to come out of pocket, that then gets deducted. Other real estate brokerages have desk fees, they have lead generation fees. So make sure you know when you sign up with your brokerage to be very, very clear as to what fees, costs, and expenses you are going to be responsible for, both upfront and what will be deducted from your check. I have agents who reach out to me every day who got into the business because of me, flattered, thank you, who say, hey, I just sold my first place. I was supposed to get $3,000, but I got $2,252 and all these things taken out. This is bullshit. Sirhan, have you ever dealt with this? Yeah, that's how the business works. Now, if you've only sold one place and you sold it for $1 million and you're a brand new agent and you're split with your brokerages 50-50, then all you're gonna make that whole year is $12,500. And if you don't have any other marketing expenses, that's great. Your check will be for $12,500. Boom, bang, models and bottles. Hold the phone. Now remember, there's also taxes. One of the big things that independent contractors, which all of us in the United States and most of us in the world, forget, net after taxes, costs, and expenses. Remember that. You live in the net. You don't live in the gross, you live in the net. That was important for me to remember too when I first got into the business. One of my first checks ever was for $24,000. And I was like, dude, I can do anything now. Smarts come a lot later, especially when your tax accountant then says to you, oh, hey, by the way, we need X amount of dollars. And you're like, from where? From you. But I don't have that. If you're in New York, it's upwards of 50%. So make sure you understand what your income tax liability is in every single state. One of the reasons I love this business so much is that everything is in your control, which is good and bad, right? The good is that you can sell as much as you want. No one is ever gonna tell you that you've sold too much real estate. The way you're gonna make the most money isn't by just selling one home, it's by selling lots of homes. I haven't sold billions and billions and billions of dollars worth of real estate because I sit there and count every single commission check and every single expense. I focus on goals. Let's say you want to get to $100,000 in income by year 2 or 3, okay? How are we gonna do that? Let's break it down by how much you need to actually sell. So if the average home sales price in the United States is just under $300,000, let's say $300,000, okay? The average commission is 2.5%. So $300,000 times 0.025, okay, is $7,500. That is the total commission. Whatever the split is with your brokerage, you can do the math, follow along with me. But let's say, like we did at the beginning, you're a brand new agent, you're getting tons of resources, you're getting a lot of help. So you agreed, 50-50 with your brokerage, that's what makes sense. So 50% of $7,500 is $3,750. That's how much you're gonna make on average from one sale of a home that on average is $300,000. You want to make $100,000, your average home sale price where you are is $300,000, you need to sell, on average, just over 2 homes, hopefully more, every single month to make that number. The more people you know and that know you as a real estate salesperson, the more leads you're going to generate, the better your chances are of getting those 2+ homes sold every single month. That is the business. There's obviously a whole lot more that goes into it. Maybe we'll do more videos like that. If you like this type of vlog, if you like this type of video where I just sit here at a desk.
That's it. It's done. All right. So hopefully that was a little bit helpful for you or to you.
ISO.
Let's see what else we got here. Okay. And lastly, in this chapter, I created some math problems for you. So bust out calculators, guys. Let's see if you could figure out some of these math problems. All right. Everybody with me here still?
Yes.
All right. Doesn't sound like everybody, but okay. Miguel, Ranjit, you there? Come on, people.
I'm here.
All right. So we got some math problems here for you now. Now, this is like I wrote here on these slides. These are interactive slides. You could actually download these slideshows and use them too. So here is a little explanation for you. I put at the top. This is simple math, very similar to questions you get on state exams and the school exam. It's more of a comprehension problem than a math problem. Do you know how to compute your own commissions, do you think? Okay, so this is more of a weirdly worded problem. So it's a simple problem. It is so simple that most people overthink it and cannot get it right. Most people get this math problem wrong on exam. It's a math problem. I ask everybody, you think you could figure out what your commissions are? And everybody's like, yeah. And most of the people, they don't, because the problem, you're allowed to use a calculator, but it's more of a comprehension problem than a math problem. So annotate your math. Take the notes, write down next to each figure what that figure is, especially when you got to do a lot of calculations in a problem. It could be a simple problem, but you could get lost trying to remember what the numbers are. So are you ready? Is everybody ready for it? Here we go.
Yes.
If a property sells for $325,000 and the total commission is 6%, if the listing agency gets 60% and the buyer's agent gets 60%, how much does the buyer's agency keep? Let you stew on that for a minute. You could use a calculator. Property sells for $325,000. Total commission is 6%. The listing agency gets 60% and the buyer's agent gets 60%. How much does the buyer's agency keep? We could start by breaking it down this way. Let's figure out what the total commission is. Step one is 325,000 times 6%. That's $19,500. And if the listing agency gets 60% of that, and the buyer's agent gets 60%, see, this is the part that screws people up. Sometimes they're thinking, wait, that can't be, it's wrong. It's more than 100%. You can't have more than 100%. Well, that's where you're reading it wrong. If the listing agency gets 60%, let me ask you a common sense question. How much is left over for the buyer's agency?
Less than half.
Well, what number? You know, I mean, 60%, there's only 100% of the pie, right? So if one side's getting 60%, how much is left over for the other?
40.
40%. So if the listing agency gets 60%, how much is left for the other side? 40%. That would be correct. Now, 19,500, the total commission, 40% of that would go to the buyer's side of the transaction would be $7,800. But that's not the answer to this problem. This is the total, the 100% of the commission that goes to the buyer's agency before the split with their agent. And if their agent's on a 60% split, how much does the buyer's agency keep? Once again, 40, right?
Yes.
So $7,800 times 40% will give you the answer. Or you could figure out the 60% and then subtract that from the 7,800. It's another way to get to the same way. So this could be calculated in two ways. 7,800 times the 60% the buyer's agent gets, subtract that. Well, that 60% is 4,680. Subtract that from the total of 7,800, and you get the answer of 3,120. Or the quicker way to get to it is just, hey, if the buyer's agent's getting 60%, how much is left over for the buyer's agency? The 40%. So 40% times 7,800 times 40%, 3,120. See, there's two ways to get to that. This is not the actual numbers that they're going to use on the school or state exam, but they do give a question that's similarly worded. So now you know what to look out for and how to figure it out. Okay, they're talking about the buyer's agents versus the agency. The agency is the company. The agent is the salesperson that works for the company, right? So if you're on a 60% split, that means you keep 60% of the commission and the brokerage gets the other 40. So of a $325,000 sale at 6% commission, if we're keeping 3% of that, you got to split that with your broker. But what is the split? In this case, it's a 60-40 split. The agent keeps 60%, the brokerage keeps 40%. And if that's the only expense that you have, there's no franchise fees or anything like that you got to also deduct for the brokerage, then you as the agent, you get $4,680 and your broker gets $3,120 from a $325,000 sale. So if you're only dealing with these kinds of transactions with an average $325,000, which the prices have gone up tremendously more than that these days, if we're only dealing with a $325,000 houses in our price range for the area that we're dealing in order for you to make $100,000 your first year in real estate, how many sales do you need to get? Or how many sides of a transaction do you need to get? Remember, this is only from one side of the transaction. If you were also got the listing, you get double that commission. So if you got 4,600, if you're on a 60-40 split, that means $4,680 you would get. So $100,000 divided by 4,680. That's 21 sides of a transaction, or 10 and a half deals at $325,000 at 6% commission or 3% commission, right? And that'll get you $100,000 in income in that year.
It doesn't seem too bad.
Yeah, I mean, you should be able to do 10 deals a year. Now, your first year, may be a little bit more difficult to get to that, but still, let's say you're doing half of that, you're making 50 grand. I mean, it's still not bad for your first year, in real estate, but you need to get going. You could see what your potential is here, and that's for $325,000. I mean, most houses in this, I mean, depending what neighborhood and what town and where you're dealing with the deals, right? But I mean, I recently sold a 1 bedroom condo for $325,000. So I mean, if you get the listing and you get the buyer side, that's twice. So that's 4680 times two. I get both ends of that deal on one transaction. That's at a 60% split. Not bad. Not too shabby. But keep in mind, keep about 15% or so of that, put it to the side to pay your taxes at the end of the year. Don't forget to pay less taxes. Don't forget to keep track of all your business expenses so you can subtract it from your income so you make it less taxable because you had some business expenses like school, the licensing fee, exam fees, marketing, etc., right? Your car. I'm not going to get into that. You can talk to your tax professionals about how to do that. If you're purchasing a car versus leasing a car, there's ways to write off all of your vehicle expenses. If you only have one vehicle, you need to keep track of your mileage for IRS purposes to track what percentage of the time you're using it for business versus personal use. You could only deduct the expenses, a percentage of the expenses of your business use. Okay. So, or you could take a standard deduction, but if you want, I wouldn't take a standard deduction. Probably make more sense to keep track of those figures where you could deduct more. You could also deduct a percentage of your vehicle's repairs. You need new tires, you need gas, you need oil changes, all of that stuff, the car payments. You could deduct all of that stuff. If you have two cars and one is only being used for business, it's 100% deductible. But if you only have one car and you're using it for both business and personal, you got to keep track of your business trips. So that percentage of your usage of that percentage of your expenses, you could deduct on your taxes. You guys have a cell phone? You pay for cell phone services?
Yeah.
You need a new cell phone? You're going to use it for business?
Yeah.
Oh, tax deduction. What about a laptop? You need a new laptop or maybe a tablet? You're going to use that in your business, in your real estate business? Is that a tool you're going to use in your real estate business that you could deduct on your taxes?
Definitely.
You know, I got internet at home and I need that because I do, a lot of research and contact with my clients from home. I'm searching for properties and stuff. I need that internet connection at home. Do I use that for business?
Yes.
Okay. Be careful about deducting home offices though, because those people get audited a lot more. So make sure you do it right anyway. If you're going to do that, I would say take a standard deduction on that. Don't do the home office deduction. Instead, you could just deduct like the internet connection and stuff like that. But you could actually, if you have a place in your house that is like a room that's used only for your business, where you got it set up as an office, where you do like a lot of your phone calls and you search the internet and all that. You're not meeting with clients. So you can't have a home office where you meet with clients. But if you have a home office for your administrative work that you do, you can deduct the costs of either your rent or your mortgage and all those other expenses that you have for a house, a percentage of it, depending on what the percentage of that area of the house that's being used for a home office. You see, so your expense deductions can become pretty good, pretty high. for home offices. But you have to be realistic. You got to keep good records, and it needs to be legit. You got to keep in mind that a lot of those people that take those additional expense deductions for home offices have a greater chance of being audited. Just keep that in mind. Okay. All right, let's do another math problem. What about calculating area? We had those figures at the beginning of the book on the cover of the inside of the cover of the front of the book, remember? Let's see. How many feet are in an acre? There, I put this, the hint I told you how to remember that. Draw a comma and then count to 6, starting from 3. To the left of the comma, then to the right to the right. What were you saying? I'm sorry.
43560.
So 43,560.
Yes.
Yep. There you go. Doesn't that way make it easier to remember? Count to 6, starting with 3, to the left, to the left, to the right, to the right. Throw a 0 on there for good luck.
Yeah.
Okay. So the problem I'm giving you here is this. If you have a 2.5 acre property that's 500 feet deep and sells for $1,000 per front foot. What is a front foot? A front foot or frontage is the width of the front of your property facing the street. So how much would this lot sell for? Here, I even got a picture here on the screen for you. So you have a 2.5 acre lot. How many feet are there in 2.5 acres? That's the first part that you should try to work on figuring out.
So it was that a lot that is 500 feet.
Yeah, yeah, because if it's 500 feet deep, how wide is it? What's the frontage? Well,
So 0.5 times 43,000.
Yeah, 560 square feet times 2.5 will give you the total area. So 108,900 square feet. So now all you do is take the one figure you have and or take this one figure and you divide it by the depth and it'll give you the width. So you take the area divided by the one dimension and it'll give you the other dimension. So 108,900 square feet divided by 500. What do you get?
217.8.
But we're buying $1,000 for a full front foot, so we're not going to be paying for a partial front foot. So round it to that lower number, to the full
218.
Well, to the full front foot. That's, you don't have a full 18 feet, right? You have a full 17. So count the 17. Round it down there. Yeah, because I'm not going to give you $1,000 for not a full foot, right? Because you're paying $1,000 per front foot here. Now that's not the way we value properties, but in this problem, that line of thinking. Okay, so to calculate that frontage, you divide 108,900 by the 500, and you get 217.8, or you round it to 217. Right. So if the property's set, now we're still not done. We're only done with part of it. The frontage is 217.8, but how much are we selling this property for or buying it for?
217,000.
$217,000. So you multiply the frontage times the price per front foot. Okay.
Oh.
So if we're just rounding it down, it would be 217. If you want to pay the exact amount for a partial foot, I guess you'd have to figure that out too. You could take the 217.8, but I don't know. Depends on how the exam question would read, right? Whether it tells you to round or not. Or if the answer option's available, rounded or versus not being rounded down. Okay. If you want to snap a shot of this one, like the last slide, be my guest, or I worked out for you how to figure it out. I got one or two more math problems here for you guys. No rocket science, right? It's pretty straightforward as long as you just follow the steps. But you see how you wouldn't figure this one out if you didn't know how many feet are in an acre?
Yes.
There's no way to figure it out if you don't know that. So you need to study and memorize 43, 560. Or remember to count to 6, starting with 3 to the left of the comma, then to the right to the right. Throw a 0 on there for good luck. Okay. So once again, here's another one. A 3-acre lot can be subdivided into 50 by 100 minimum lot sizes. How many lots can be made out of this 3 acres? And how much will the seller make if they sell each lot for $150,000? What's the first step? Walk me through it.
Acres. Figure that out.
Okay, so how many feet in an acre?
43,560.
There you go. Times 3, and that gives you 130,680 square feet. Okay, next step. What do we need to do? We need to figure out the area of a 50 by 100 lot.
So you're going to multiply those,
Yep.
right?
So 50 foot. By the way, anytime you see a lot size like this, 50 feet by 100 feet, 50 feet is the frontage. The first number is always the frontage. And then the second number is the depth. How deep is that lot? Okay. So 50 by 100.
So then you take the 130, 680 divided by the 5,000.
Yep.
Divided
So we
by,
figured out the 5,000.
so that's 20, so that's 26. And then, and how much the seller makes, so,
Yep. 26, right?
and each lot sells for,
150,000.
so
So
it's
if you-
26 times 150.
Correct. And that gives you
3,900,000.
bing, bing, bing. 3.9 million. There you go. You got it. If you want to take a screenshot of this one, this is another way that a problem can be worded for you on exams that you'll probably get. I got to add more math problems to this slideshow, like figuring out the dimensions. Like if they get a square and one side is this amount and the other, you got to figure out, and another side is this amount. What's the total area? Well, I kind of gave you that with the realistic lot sizes here. I just didn't give you one with like a triangle figuring it out, figuring out those. Maybe I'll put one of them in the slideshow. All right. That's it. Okay, so let's do the key terms to review at the end of chapter 1. At the end of every chapter, there's a key terms to review, and then there's also a bunch of review questions. I don't go over the review questions with you. However, if you do them and you had a question about them the next day, you could ask them, and we could go over that before the class starts tomorrow. You could ask me, and we could go over some of those questions if you had problems with any of them, okay? There's no homework assignments that you got to do them or anything. It's just that if you do these studies on your own and you got questions about it, you could ask me about it, okay? But before you, let me give you a heads up on one. I know on page 14, question 19, on some books it's wrong, on some books it's right. The answer options they got. Okay, so can everybody turn to page 14 for a second? and tell me what it says next to letter A in the answer options.
A,
14. I'm sorry.
Question number 19, letter
19.
A.
prior
Okay.
to May 1st of the renewal year.
What did it say? Prior?
Prior to May 1st of the renewal year.
Does everybody have that? Or does somebody have something different? Hello? Ranjit, Miguel, you got the same thing or no?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, because some books it's different. They have it written different. Okay, so if you have it written prior to May 1st of the renewal year, cross out the word prior. Uh-oh, we lost someone. Cross out the word prior. Otherwise, answer A and D are exactly the same. And you'll never, so you're not going to get the right answer there. All right, so once you did that, let's go back to page 12. We're going to do the key terms to review. Okay. Farah, did you get
Okay,
that?
perfect.
I said to cross out the word prior on that one.
Yes, I got that one. Yes.
Okay, so go back to page 12. We're going to do the key terms to review, and it works like this. I'm going to read out the statement on the right side of the page. You guys are going to shout out what you think the corresponding answer is to it on the left-hand side of the page. There's no penalties for wrong answers, so shout them out as you got them. Are you ready? You can do this like Cash Cab. All right. You ready?
Ready.
All right, here we go. Law governing the practice of real estate in New Jersey.
Title 11, Chapter 5.
Not the law.
Oh,
Who makes the laws? And what is the law?
is that the so
Real
there's the Real Estate Act? Real Estate Licensing Act?
Yes, it's 6 is A, the Real Estate Licensing Act, also known as New Jersey Statutes or 45:15, which they don't have written there. So if you want to write that above where it says Real Estate Licensing Act, NJ Statutes, 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 45:15. 6 is A. Just say got it when you got it.
Got it.
Got it, sir.
Okay.
Got it, sir.
All right, good. All right. Classes required for license renewal.
Continuing education.
Yes.
Continuing education. Yeah, continuing education. 3 is B. State rules and regulations for real estate licensees.
Now that's now is that chapter
Five.
Title 11.
Title 11
Chapter 5.
Correct. 11 is C, Title 11, Chapter 5, also known as Administrative Code.
Yes.
So if you want to write beneath that number 11, Administrative Code, that's also known as the Administrative Code. So 11 was C.
I had them mixed up before.
Mm-hmm. It's all right. You're learning. Administrator of real estate licenses.
New Jersey Real Estate.
New Jersey Real Estate.
Commission, correct. 5 is D. Member of a private real estate trade organization.
Realtor.
Realtor.
Correct. The realtor. 7 is E. Money paid another broker for sending a client or customer.
Referral fee.
Yes. 8 is F, the referral fee. One licensed to assist a broker in real estate transactions.
Salesperson.
Salesperson.
9 is G, salesperson. Reimburses people defrauded or badly served by licensees in a real estate transaction.
Broker.
Guarantee fund.
The guarantee fund.
Guarantee fund.
4 is H, correct. 4 is H, the guarantee fund.
Oh,
Okay. Individual licensed to charge the public for real estate services.
broker.
1 is
Sales-
I, the broker, correct. Licensee limited to presenting prospective clients and customers to the broker. That's all they could do.
Salesperson listening with a real estate federal company.
Correct. In other words, a referral agent. So 10 is J. Fully qualified broker who remains under another broker's supervision.
Broker salesperson.
Yeah.
Yeah, broker salesperson. 2 is K. All right. And that concludes chapter 1. So